Hello, everybody. We are going to go over to a live interview where Tiny Tim will be interviewing the ever-amazing puwexil. Take it away.
Thank you very much, RPG Chick. Hello there, folks. My name is TinyTim78. And with me here, we have puwexil.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
Hello, puwexil. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Looking forward to playing a video game shortly.
Indeed, indeed. But before we get to that, we'd like to ask you just a few little questions here. Now, for those who are not aware, puwexil has been around RPG Limit Break for a little while.
A few years.
Yep. And you have performed several times. Could you maybe just give us a quick pottage history of yourself at the event in terms of runs?
Oh, sure. Well, in terms of runs, let's see. I've run Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger. Geez, I should have brought notes or something like this.
Yes.
I've done a few runs. Yeah, mostly of retro Square Enix RPGs.
And where does Lufia sit in terms of your favorite sort of RPGs?
Well, as far as a speed run, it does what I generally really like to have in RPGs, which is just kind of it's kind of easy to get into, but has a very high skill ceiling because Lufia 2 is a run where you have a lot of control over getting into battles, basically. Because I mean, it's a turn-based RPG, so there's battles, and kind of the better you are at it, the more you can use the tools at your disposal to either avoid dungeons encounters or like get in and out of them as quickly as possible, along with just kind of a lot of other tricks for like major and minor optimization. So yeah, it's a run I've really come to enjoy because of just how satisfying it is to nail some of the more difficult movement and stuff.
Excellent. No, we're really looking forward to that. I mean, it's going to be quite a substantial run time. So yeah, looking forward to that. What I'd like to do now, very quickly though, before we ask you some more questions, just segue into a few of our prizes. Remember that RPG Limit Break is benefiting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and we have currently raised over $26,000 so far during the event, which is absolutely fantastic. And it's through your generous donations that we can do that. But not only when you donate can you support NAMI, but you can put yourself in the running for some of our fantastic prizes.
Ooh.
And we do have a couple of them in front of me here. We do have 3 new prizes actually coming on stream with this start of this run. And they run up until the end of the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind run later on. So if you're interested in these, please get your donations in. You're looking at a minimum of $20 for the Chrono Trigger Minky Blanket, which we don't actually have here, unfortunately, but you can check it out on the website. We also have a lovely Chrono Trigger print, a minimal bid of $10 for that. And we also have these fantastic Witcher coasters here that are, I'll just hold these up and we look at them like that. These are, again, a minimum bid of $20, and that would get you in the draw for those. Now, if you are donating towards NAMI, you can put your donations in anytime during the event, and we get up to a cumulative $100 will get you into this little accessory here.
Yeah, I got one of these myself a few months ago. Can definitely recommend.
Yep, this is the ever-elusive Steam Deck, and it is definitely well worth it. And again, you're benefiting NAMI and potentially getting your hands on this as well. So again, and a big thank you to everyone who donated the prizes for RPG Limit Break. Again, it is greatly appreciated. So we'll put that back down there. Make sure we don't damage it. There we go. So Lufia 2 then, we have the run coming up. We also have another way you can support NAMI is through our donation incentives. Now, again, amazing generosity here, but we do have two major incentives for this run that have both already been met, which is again...
Yeah, really happy to see that they got to wake up this morning and find out that both of the priced incentives for my run got met.
Yeah. The generosity never ceases to amaze me. So thank you so much again, everyone, for watching and donating. Puwexil, would you like to explain a little bit about those incentives that we're going to see later on?
Oh, sure. So the main character in Lufia 2 is normally named Maxim, but you can actually change his name right at the start of the run to anything up to 5 characters. So we have a bid war over that. And then one of the really neat things about Lufia 2 is that it actually has a kind of a Pokemon-style system built into it before Pokemon Red and Blue even came out, actually, called Capsule Monsters. There's 7 monsters, one for each of the game's elements, and then we're having a bid war for which one of them that I'll recruit and have in my battle party during the run. And then also the name of the capsule monster is something we can control too, so that's also up to 5 characters, and can donate for that as well.
Fantastic, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. And regarding the actual goals that we've achieved, what would you like to explain what those are?
Sure. Well, the first one is to do a very short but very notorious side quest that's kind of late in the Lufia 2 run called the World's Most Difficult Trek. I wish I was making that name up, but that's actually what it's called. It's a sliding block puzzle where even the fastest possible solution for it is like 116 moves.
Wow,
So
okay, that'll be worth watching.
I can't promise that I'm doing it completely memorized, but just doing it, solving it at all is a bit of a feat. And then the second incentive is actually going to be after the run, because the category I'm going to be running is any %, no major glitches, no manipulation, which I submitted with a 4.5-hour estimate with my incentives and stuff. But just for some perspective, if you just do any %, anything goes, all glitches allowed. The world record for that category is 51 seconds right now.
Oh, so, nice.
So I'll do an unrestricted any % bonus run after the no major glitches run, just as the incentive that people generously met.
Oh, that is absolutely fantastic. Again, thank you for all your generous donations to enable us to see this extra content. It really is appreciated. Okay, anything else you'd like to add, Puwexil?
Oh, well, just thanks again from the bottom of my heart to everybody that's watching and supporting the event. I mean, as a lot of you know, I'm one of the head organizers for it as well as a runner, and it just always makes me so happy just to see all of the excitement for the event and the runs and runners in it, and all the generous donations to the National Alliance on Mental Illness and everything.
Well, thank you so much again, Puwexil. It was an absolute pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much. Okay, without further ado, I think we are going to be heading straight over to that run. So thank you very much indeed, Puwexil. Good luck with the run.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, my name is TinyTim78, and I will hand you back over to the RPG Chick. Cheerio for now.
Thank you so much. Just to let you know, we do have a couple of donations coming in. We got a $20 donation from 30 cents. Says, hey all, love RPGLB, my favorite speedrun marathon of all time. Keep up the amazing work. We also have a $25 donation from One Free Fritz. Mr. Man is the best man for this Lufia 2 capsule monster incentive. Thank you all so much for your generous donations. Also, to let you know, RPG Limit Break 2023 proudly supports the National Alliance on Mental Illness, aka NAMI. To get involved in the fight against mental illness and the stigmas it can bring, reach out to NAMI via their state organizations or on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, N-A-M-I. On Instagram and Twitter as @NAMI Communicate. It's not a weakness to need help. Please reach out if you think you need help. Also, just to let you know, as Puwexil said, we do have a naming incentive for Maxim that is going to be closing very, very, very quickly. So if you want to snipe the name for Maxim right now, Gades is in the lead with $80. Minim is in second place with $45. Then we have Oro with $26, Goat with $25, Tomat with $10, B Cap with an exclamation point for $5, and Bob for $5. So if you want to get that name sniped, this is the time to do it. We also have the choice of capsule monster going on for quite a bit. So Flash is in the lead right now with $160. Sully is in second place with $55, Darby with $50, and Fumi with $50. So if you want a different capsule monster, or maybe you want to ensure the lead of the one that you like, this is a good time to do that. Additionally, you can name that capsule monster. Mr. Man is in the lead with $40. Buddy with $26, DCH Bow with $25, Nami with $20, and Spiel with $2. Coming up a little bit later, we do have a couple of incentives for the Ultima First Stage of Darkness run as well. You can choose between the male and female pro tag. The female pro tag is in the lead right now with $140, with the male pro tag about $10. And you can name that hero as well. So right now the name Kiko is in the lead with $15, and Lena is with $5. You can also, you can also bid towards the Ultima 7 and name the avatar, which will be coming up after the Ultima run. So for that, Kiko is in the lead with $65, Nista in second place with $50, and Steve in third place with $10. But at this time, it looks like we are ready to go. So this is going to be puwexil playing Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals, any percent, NMG, no manipulation. puwexil, take it away.
All right, hello everybody. I am puwexil, going to be doing a run of the best and most underrated turn-based RPGs on the Super Nintendo, Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals. It's my pleasure to be joined by my friends Ambelie and Dragondarch on commentary. So let's go ahead and get this started. So what is our hero's name going to be?
All right, I'm just doing a final refresh here. And it looks like it's going to be Gades, capital Gades.
Yavi Gades. All right, well, let's get this going then in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, so Lufia 2 is a prequel to the first game, actually, that takes place about 100 years before, although it works completely as a standalone experience, too. We're getting introduced to our hero, Gades, better known as Maxim, who's basically a hunter, like a monster hunter. He's selling some jellies that he slew to his childhood friend, Tia, who runs a weapon and item shop. Did a little optimization there by leaving and going back into the shop just to get Tia to move behind the counter, so that's faster than walking back to where she is in order to buy some boomerangs, which are consumable combat items that we'll be using a fair bit of early.
They're pretty busted early in the game.
Yes. So one of the things that really makes this game pretty unique is that, I mean, it's a really, really polished turn-based RPG. But it just has numerous other systems built into it that very few other games of its era did, and one of them is having just a kind of a focus on puzzle solving. That's kind of I think akin to games like Link to the Past and Brain Lord and stuff like that. And just because there's a lot of stuff you need to know about how to deal with take that deal with puzzles. We have this tutorial cave we have to go through before we kind of really get started with the story proper. So whenever we're in dungeons, there's no random encounters actually. Encounters are all based around just monster sprites that we see on the field map. And something that's really unique about this game compared to similar games like Chrono Trigger and Mario RPGs, that in this game the monsters only move when you do, and they all have kind of unique AI to them as far as kind of what their movement pattern is, how many steps they take every time you take a step, and how aggressive they are. So kind of knowing that, and knowing how to AI manipulate monsters to get out of your way is a really important part of going fast in this run.
Didn't you just say we're not doing manipulation?
I did, yeah. I should probably explain that a bit more too. So So this category is any percent, no major glitches, no manipulation. The no major glitches part we'll explain later, but probably mostly after the run as far as kind of showing what you can really do with major glitches in this game. But as far as the manipulation part, at its very highest levels, speedruns of this game are use very heavy random number generator seed manipulation. Because if you know what you're doing and kind of start a playthrough with the RNG seed in a known state, you can basically get whatever you want to happen. You can manipulate what monsters do, what attacks they use, which slots in your party they target, how much damage they do. You can manipulate drops, which is very, very significant in a run that uses manipulations. You can manipulate some very, very rare drops that influence the speedrun in pretty major ways. But about maybe 2 to 2.5 years ago at this point, the Lufia 2 speedrun community created a new category that's called no manipulation, which is kind of more of a more of kind of a more traditional playthrough experience where you kind of just have to react with what the game gives you instead of being able to manipulate it. And so yeah, so I guess with that out of the way, we kind of glossed through some more of the puzzle mechanics like the reset spell, but we'll kind of talk more about stuff of those as they become more relevant in the run. So I guess with that, we've got a little bit of cutscenes here before we move on to the next story dungeon. So RPG Chick, why don't you get us started?
Okay, we have a $100 donation from Elsie Dion. It says, as a gamer and a healthcare professional, I am pleased to contribute to this event that represents an ideal fusion of my interests. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
We have a $50 donation from Hebanks. It says, good luck with the run, puwexil. Excited to see this run for the first time live.
Oh, thanks, Hebanks. Good job on the Mystic Quest race the other day, too.
Don't forget to choose an incentive when you donate, folks. We also have a $10 donation from 3 Ducks. It says, go, 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 puwexil.
All right, so then after we have a charming fish dinner with Tia, now this is where I kind of like to say that our feet are very firmly planted in the world of a old school RPG because we have a problem now, and that problem is that there's a door that's locked because apparently crowbars, battering rams,
Lockpicks.
Yeah, lockpicks just do not exist in this world. So the fact that a monster stole the key to this tunnel that leads to the next town is an insurmountable problem that we are going to have to go deal with. Got trolled a little bit because in that room the moth has random movement and the mushrooms have predictable movement, and I got caught off guard by the mushroom. All right, so then this is the first time I used the reset spell, which is it's called a spell, but it's really more of a tool, and that it doesn't cost magic points or anything. You can just use it whenever. And when you cast the reset spell, it sends you back to the entrance of the room you entered, and then resets all puzzle elements that are in the room and all monsters. And kind of the main in-game utility of the reset spell is just because there's a lot of puzzles where if you're incorrect, you'll make it unwinnable, basically. So the reset spell is kind of a quick way to reset it and get another shot at the puzzle. But there's several other uses that we'll be using it for in the speedrun too, and one of them is just avoiding backtracking. All right, so we're confronting the lizard man that stole the key. Yeah, and this is where we start putting the boomerangs to use, which are really, really good compared to the weapons we could actually be using at this point. And bye-bye. Lizard man has 80 hit points, and the boomerangs are always going to do over 40, so it's a guaranteed 2-round fight.
Yeah, this early in the game, the boomerangs are just ridiculously powerful. And later on, we'll get some upgrades to those. There's high boomers later. There's also ones that are good against dragons and stuff
Dragon
like that.
teeth, yep.
Like they actually put a lot of pretty decent consumables in this game.
Yeah. All right, so then story-wise, we're meeting a mysterious fortune teller by the name of Iris, who in addition to sharing a name with some really, really sought-after pieces of equipment in a certain side quest in this game, is also telling us that we have a destiny to go on a journey to fight evil. Because like if you watch the prologue before the game, you see a mysterious woman named Aram talking to her master and then turning into a red ball of light that flies across the sky, and then that red ball of light is kind of seen as a ill omen.
So mentioning the Iris equipment, this is you are going to allow for a donation incentive to turn this into an Iris % run, right?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we're doing for the schedule at that point. If we can handle adding another another 20 hours or so of Lufia.
I would be perfectly okay with this.
Yeah, and you said side quest. I thought this was the side quest.
You mean to tell me Ancient Cave isn't the main game?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, we'll be talking a lot more about the Ancient Cave as we go on too. So all right. So when we get into Sundleton, which is a town that's currently being beset by these mysterious earthquakes coming from a cave nearby, I'm buying another big stack of boomerangs, and then because I didn't really get a lot of two enemy groups in the cave to Sundleton and in the tutorial cave, I wasn't able to afford it, so I had to sell a couple potions to get 220 gold to get 11 boomerangs. So then for the Lake Cave, the second dungeon, this is where the fact that we're doing a no manipulation run actually changes the routing pretty substantially, because this segment of the cave I'm going to is completely optional, and there's another one I'm going to be going to later. Like this part here, I'm doing these 3 fights and then solving a pretty simple puzzle in order to get a weapon upgrade for Maxim called the Insect Crush, which is extra effective against insects. The idea here is you have to shoot the monster sprites in the same order that you fought them in that room, but it's always 3, 1, 2 in the the optimal order for getting across. Because the next boss, by the way, is pretty hard, so we do have to do some special preparation to have a fighting chance at it.
Yeah, that's where the any percent with manipulation, this still goes full game, differs here, is that it just goes straight down to the boss, and because it knows what's going to happen on each turn, it just makes sure it has the minimum supplies to handle it, and it can just do it without even needing leveling. It can do it without needing all the special equipment.
Mm-hmm.
It saves you save a couple of minutes here, because the manipulating route will not go after the Insect Crush, and it also will not go after this item right here.
Right, because we're doing another. Once we have the Insect Crush, now we can one-shot a lot of the enemies in this hallway right here, which is we just have this just enemy gauntlet here that at the end of which has a chest with a ring called the Speedy Ring, which gives a little bit of extra defense, but more importantly, a bunch of extra agility. And we also just want the extra experience and gold from these fights to get Maxim to level 6 before we get to the catfish too. Just being level 6 with the Speedy Ring is going to guarantee that Maxim can always outspeed the catfish, which is really, really important. Not liking all these spiders I'm seeing just because they have a chance to poison me.
Yeah, but they are considered insects.
Yep.
Unlike these birds.
Yep. Well, a lot of people know what my opinion of birds in video games is. So when I get when I get a fight that has a spider and something else, I'll always try to kill the spider first, just because it has a chance to poison me otherwise. All right, so there's level 6. Got 60 HP, which is pretty nice. When you're not using manipulation, the stat gains are actually random when you level up too. For most of the run, it's not really going to matter that much, but there's a couple specific points where it can, and this is one of them basically, as far as how much HP up that Maxim rolls on his level ups. And another little detour to pick up basically the best healing item in the game called the Miracle, but I'm going to be picking up several Miracles in the early game just purely to sell, because they sell for 1,000 gold and money is extremely tight early on.
Yeah, I don't know if you explained this already, but in that previous screen where he was trying to avoid the frog, the sword slashes also cause enemy movement. So you pause there, slash the sword, so that you get it into a position that wouldn't cause an encounter there.
Yep, exactly. Because if you want to basically kind of consume steps to make enemies move without moving yourself, the two things you can do are to either slash your sword or to like walk into a wall. That also counts as movement, even if you're not going anywhere. Very, very important safety save before the catfish.
Yeah, this fight is by no means free.
It's easily the biggest reset point when going for PB attempts too with this category. All right, so then basically the reason why the catfish is so dangerous is because you're still solo. You're having to fight it just with Maxim, and I've got 60 HP right now, and then the catfish has 3 attacks. It has a regular punch, which does like 18 on average or so, a earthquake spell that does 25 or so, and then a lightning spell that does about 40. So fortunately, it's not too likely to use the lightning spell, so there's a lot of times where I have to kind of take some risk that I might die if it casts lightning when I'm not at very high health, but I saved right beforehand, so if bad things happen, it's not the end of the world. So, okay, so the catfish is 200 HP, and the boomerangs do generally 47 to 52 damage at the level and stats I'm at, so I'm just kind of trying to pay attention to how above or below 50 each roll is. Okay, so I'm at -3 right now, which is not great.
Another unfortunate part of this fight is that sometimes you can just get stuck in healing loops if he just keeps doing Mega Quake, or if he does back-to-back flashes and the like. You can very easily just get stuck healing every single round because you're just taking so much damage so quickly.
All right, first try. I will gladly take that.
No catfish jewel, though.
Yep.
Oh.
You want to maybe explain what the catfish jewel is and why that's really... Oh, I used all of my potions. What and why it's really desirable in a manipulated run.
Yeah, the catfish jewel, you saw that Mega Quake ability that the catfish cast. Basically, the catfish jewel does that, but it uses your magic stat instead. And if you put it on a magical character like Tia or Salon, both of them can actually hit pretty hard with it. And while it's not useful for the entire game, it's really good for the next handful of bosses. And because it also uses very little IP, which you can see the bottom of Gatey's stats there. It is HP, MP, and then IP. IP is what allows you to use the special ability on items. And the catfish jewel has a very low IP amount and still does a lot of damage. So it can save a lot of time on the next handful of bosses. So for manipulated runs, we guarantee that we're going to get that off that fight, so we can make use of it. But for non-manipulated runs, it's actually just completely banned entirely.
Yeah, if you get it, you just have to throw it away.
Well, you could keep it in your inventory.
No.
You just can't use it.
Yeah, I mean, if I get it, I do throw it away because it would throw off my menuing.
Yeah.
But it's a trophy.
Yeah.
And then you use the wrong item at
With
some point.
how bad the catfish is, I would definitely want that as a trophy in my mantelpiece. Also, I just realized I forgot to actually equip the speedy ring too, because I was wondering why that skeleton actually got a attack off.
Did you not have that on for the catfish
I
either?
did not. No,
You got lucky.
I got
then.
very lucky. Yeah. Marathon jitters, I guess. So then, by the way, once you've beaten the catfish, you're kind of meant to go back to Sundleton and then find out that Tia followed you here from Elsid, and then you basically just missed each other. She went looking for you inside the cave, but you don't have to do that. You can just head straight to where you meet her and then do those 2 fights to have her join up. It's probably a good opportunity to talk about why I'm opening and closing the menu periodically. Does one of you want to take care of that while I do a little shopping here?
Yeah, so what happens is every time you enter and exit the menu, it basically resets your step count, because on the overworld, you do get random encounters, unlike in dungeons. And it's every X number of steps. If you open the menu, I believe it's every 4 steps. You're guaranteed to never get an encounter. You can kind of cheat it a little bit and go a little bit farther than that, but every 4 is just safe. And then, if it's just a few steps left to wherever you're going to be entering, then you can just kind of go with that. But yeah, he's going to be doing that a lot in the overworld just to make sure he doesn't get any random encounters whatsoever.
In the early parts of the run, I do kind of risk it a little bit sometimes, just because in the very early parts of the run, the overworld monsters are slow enough that if I actually do get an encounter, I'm just going to be able to run away instantly before any of them attack. So kind of the frequency that I open the menu to reset my step counter is going to vary throughout the run, depending on just how big of a deal getting an overworld encounter would actually be, because it's not going to be super long before we get into overworld encounters that, while they're not dangerous, waste time, because we have monsters fast enough to get attacks off before I can run away. And then when we get into the late game, we can have encounters that can just flat out wipe me if I get them and they ambush me or something like that too. So that's when we get very well acquainted with the menu.
Yeah, traditionally as per most RPG speedruns, we're going to be doing this somewhat low leveled. So monsters the damage can really stack up. I'd also really like to know why nobody in this room just stopped him from the ground.
Yeah, we're getting introduced to basically our comic relief characters, kind of like Ultros from Final Fantasy VI, where these are just very, well, I don't know if you could really call them inept, because they get everything they want over the course of the story, but these eccentric thieves called Bart and Bertie that just stole the crown of the King of Alun's and have bombs that somehow knock people out without actually hurting them, including themselves.
Their bombs usually never even leave their hands.
So here I'm looping around the side here just to not aggro that horse while I move the pod onto the switch.
Yeah, the number of different AIs that the different monsters have is actually pretty high. Like, the different movement patterns it's actually pretty impressive that they fit that many in there.
Yeah.
Also, we now have Tia. Tia's not as strong as Maxim. She's a mage, but she's not. She has good intelligence growth, but she's not as good as Celan or
Artie
or Lexus. But she's fast. She's the second fastest character in the game. Artie being the only one who's faster, but that's because he's an elf.
Yeah, he's cheating by genetics. So anyway, we just got the bombs, which is our second tool. Again, tools being kind of part of the Zelda-style puzzle elements in the game. And then here I'm actually using a minor glitch, which is allowed in no major glitches runs, where when you step on certain types of switches that like change something about the room, if you normally if you step off of the switch, it'll retract that bridge. And what you're meant to do is put a pot onto it to depress it permanently. But if you step on the switch and then cast the reset spell, then that just bypasses the game actually retracting the bridge. So that's a bit faster than actually doing the intended solution there.
And coincidentally, it just sticks the pot on the switch anyway.
Yeah, I didn't even actually notice that until you pointed it out the other day.
That's fine. What actually happened is that Maxim is still standing on that switch, and you're now playing as the pot.
Yeah, you guys just switched bodies somehow.
All right, so then as I'm going along through Alun's basement too, I'm actually doing a couple of fights that aren't expressly required, and then I'm doing that a little bit for the money, but the big reason is because I want to get Tia a level up before the next boss, Regal Goblin. Tia joins at level 7, and if you just roll on and fight Regal Goblin with Tia at level 7, it's a dangerous fight regardless, but it's even worse if Tia's still level 7, just because she's a lot more at risk of getting one-shot by high damage rolls, and her healing isn't quite as effective.
Yeah, that's kind of the other problem is, if I remember correctly, Tia actually does have the lowest HP of any character in the game. So she's very fragile.
Yeah, doing the reset glitch again there to skip having to hit both of those switches. This is a detour I'm doing just to get another miracle for selling. Because I guess another thing to point out about the catfish jewel that you'd be going for in a manipulated run too is that you can actually sell it for a large amount of money too once you're done using it in boss fights, and that lets you bankroll a lot of the boomerangs and potions and stuff that you use in the early to mid game. So since we don't have access to that, there's some other stuff we have to do instead to raise some money.
Later on, the miracles are actually a little more useful as healing items, because it's not just they heal full HP and full MP, they also revive if you use it as well. It's basically the ultimate healing item.
Not getting too lucky with these kobolds here, because yeah, this is what I call a combat room, where you just have to kill all of the monsters in.
It knew what was coming.
It heard the commentary,
Yeah, it heard
It knew exactly what was about to happen. It's
Yep.
like, no, I'm out of here.
Yep. Sad. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, because kind of optimally, I get enough experience to get Tia to level 8 by the end of that combat room, but because I both didn't get a lot of kobolds and one of them ran away because I was being cheeky to try to conserve a boomerang. I just had to do 2 more fights in that kind of the last room that has enemies in it. And even then, if Tia still wasn't level 8, I could fight something in Regal Goblin's Cave too to finish it off.
Something else of note is that when he was going into when he went into the encounter with the horses there at the end, he actually came in from its side, which gives a chance to get a preemptive. If you come at it from the back, it's a guaranteed preemptive. Similarly, the enemy can do the exact same thing to you. And if they hit you from the side, there's a chance it's going to be an ambush. And if they hit you from the back, it is going to be an ambush. And there are points, especially later, where some monsters, if they ambush you, you're dead.
Yep. Yep.
And now we have the crown back.
Yep. Somehow the crown didn't wash away with all that wily water.
Yep. I love the wily
Yep.
water. All right, so then yeah, when I was shopping in Alun's, I bought a couple extra escapes to basically just get all of the escaping out of dungeons that I need to do before Salon joins, who just has the escape spell. And then here we get to both be humble, but really be humble because we want money.
Yeah, out of all those options, you get the most by saying you don't want anything.
Yeah, I like the dialogue the best if you say you want the king, though.
Yeah, that one's an interesting one.
Yeah. Oh, and I should also point out, too, that we're coming up on the cutoff for the capsule monster choice, by the way. We're going to cut that off after I've defeated Regal Goblin, which is going to be, I don't know, maybe like 5 to 7 minutes or so. But the way we're doing it, too, I mean, because yeah, the normal speedrun route, by the way, does not engage with the capsule monster system at all, sadly. So just kind of a bit of fun we're doing for the marathon is that based on the outcome of the bid war, I'll be recruiting one of the capsule monsters. Depending on which one wins, it may be a while before I get a chance to, but then I will when I can. And then when I actually get the capsule monster, then that'll be our cutoff for naming it.
And who's in the lead right now for that?
For the capsule monster or for the name?
For the capsule monster.
Right now, Flash is in the lead. Quite significantly as well.
Somehow I'm not surprised. Got so carried away talking about capsule monsters, I forgot to hit that switch.
I mean, the capsule monsters aren't like completely useless, and once they're level, like if they're at a decent level, they can actually do some damage. Plus, they can also tank some hits that would otherwise be hitting your character.
Yeah, which is really the main thing that they'll be contributing to the run. If you run the Ancient Cave, which is, for anyone not aware, is basically the game's built-in roguelike / randomizer. Another reason this game was really ahead of its time. You're given all of the capsule monsters right at the start, so they're a lot more useful for normal gameplay.
Capsule monsters also, besides just getting normal levels, you can also feed them to evolve their forms, and they get more useful abilities, and they get better stats at the higher forms. I don't know if he's going to have enough equipment, though, to feed them, because that's what they eat.
Yeah.
They like swords and axes. They sometimes like items, but they usually don't like potions and actual food.
Yeah, well, fruit is usually good, like magic fruit, especially. My hat off, by the way, that anybody that figured this out how to get to this chest without like a guide or something, by the way.
I did.
Okay, well, my hat.
Oh.
If I was wearing a hat, I'd take it off. All right, so we're just, again, the next boss, very, very dangerous. So I picked up some equipment upgrades and stuff for armor specifically, just to be able to take less damage. And then I also picked up a ring called the Witch Ring there, which is, I believe, only female characters can equip, but it raises magic and magic defense. And we're giving it to Tia for the next few bosses to make her healing better.
I mean, the extra damage from spells isn't that bad either.
Right, yeah. I am proud to say that that was an improvement I found for the route for this category myself, actually, because this is a game that's had a lot of runners over the years, and it's been fairly thoroughly solved, I think, even though the no manipulation category is still kind of new. But the previous route just got the Witch Ring and then sold it for money to buy more big boomers later. But I experimented around with keeping it to boost Tia's magic stat, and it turned out it actually had some very nice effects.
I mean, you can still sell it later.
I will be selling it later. Yeah, it's just I'm not going to be selling it.
Let's
right
be
away,
real.
yeah.
Most things that you pick up, whether you equip them or not, are eventually going to turn into money.
Yep.
We gotta get our boomerangs somehow.
Feed our boomerang addiction.
Boomerangs. There's some status ailment balls, some elemental balls. There's all kinds of stuff.
All right, so Regal Goblin has a pretty limited number of things it can do. It can either punch me or it can summon other goblins and punch me, although the and punch is at half strength roughly. So I start the battle off by the first time I actually use IP. We'll maybe get it a little more into IP maybe after this fight or so and what that is exactly. But it's kind of this game's equivalent of limit breaks is what I really like to explain it. And I had Maxim use his ring IP to boost his agility so that he can always outspeed all of the goblins. And then I made an attempt to put Regal Goblin to sleep with Tia's drowsy spell that she starts with, and that's really how you get a really, really fast kill here, is if you get the goblin to go to sleep and it stays asleep. Because unfortunately, if you don't get the first round sleep, it's not super common to get more opportunities to go for it, just because you're generally taking it so much damage that, or you're having to use boomerangs with both characters to kill summoned goblins that you're not getting a lot of and healing, I should say too, that you're not getting a lot of opportunities to try to put it to sleep again.
Yeah, this is actually one of the fights where a manipulated run, where having that catfish jewel really saves some time, because the catfish jewel does, if I remember correctly, about 70 damage. Mm-hmm. And if you can both get it to sleep and then just have Tia spam the catfish jewel, you can take him out in no time flat. But obviously, we didn't get it to sleep and we don't have a catfish jewel, so this Regal Goblin has 500 HP, and this fight can drag on, especially if you just keep summoning things.
Yeah, I don't really know a whole lot about like exact percentages for any of the AI in this game, other than just whether it's like above or below half or so. But yeah, Regal Goblin really, really likes to call his friends.
And you can see why that extra level was needed for Tia. Every time he hits her with like the full force attack, it's almost killing her.
Yeah, it's also why I picked up some extra armor for her too. You get to enjoy this game's really, really awesome boss theme for a few minutes though, if you have a slow Regal Goblin at least.
This game actually had a lot of really good music throughout the entire thing. Boss tracks were good. They have two different boss tracks.
Mm-hmm.
One we will hear a bit later.
Mm-hmm.
That's unique to specific bosses.
This game also has a very snappy menu system too. There's very little lag in the menus, so you can really fly through your menu inputs if you put in practice. Should be getting fairly close at this point. It's usually roughly 14 to 15 boomerangs to kill. Could probably have just gone for it that turn, but didn't want to risk it.
You might have lost Tia if you'd gone for it.
Yep. If Tia does die, though, I can dip into my miracle supply and then use a backup strat. Okay, well, we got him. All right. That wasn't particularly fast, but we're past it.
What's funny is a lot of the early game bosses are actually more difficult than some of the later game bosses. A lot of it's just because we have a smaller party, but more importantly, we have less IP abilities to work
Did I forget something, actually? Because I beat the boss, right?
Forgot the key for it.
The key? Oh, that key. I found it. Okay, there we go. Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
They had the key the whole time. They just didn't realize it.
They were turning it the wrong direction or something. But yeah,
it was in the wrong pocket.
That's a neat little exploit that if you the story trigger for getting through this door is to beat Regal Goblin. You don't actually have to open the key that he was guarding.
Hey, that's that's menu optimization right there. You have one less item in your inventory.
Yep. All right, so we're moving. Oh yeah, and I guess we're cutting off the capsule monster at this point too. Is it who I think it is?
Let's see. It is indeed going to be Flash.
All right. Well, Flash is, I want to say, maybe like an hour or 10, hour 15 into a normal run. So that's about how much we have left for the naming bid war at this point. Then.
Yeah, if you donated for Fumi, we would have turned around and gone back and gotten him. And if you donated for Blaze, we would be getting him in the next, not the next dungeon, but the 2 dungeons from now.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I have quite a bit of shopping here, just unloading a bunch of stuff I don't need anymore or that I picked up specifically to sell. Get some kukris, which are thunder elemental weapons that I'll be needing for the next boss. A tough hide, which I'll be mostly needing for later, but getting it now for extra defense for Maxim. Gale and Flash, which are attack spells for Tia, and then Strong, which you'd think is like a spell that raises your attack power or something, but no, it's a healing spell.
Yeah, strong, stronger, strongest. Oh, sorry, not strongest, champion.
Champion, yep. Little low on money, but I can deal with that. We're basically just making a minor detour after this next fight here. So we're meeting our next party member, by the way, Guy, who's a kind of just the prototypical heavy fighter type character in a turn-based RPG. He's very tanky, very slow, can equip almost all weapons and armor in the game.
Has no magic though.
Yep.
0 MP. Doesn't have the worst intelligence stat. We will meet somebody who has worse than him.
Mm-hmm.
Also, another item he picked up was these big boomers, which are basically double the strength of regular boomers. Yeah, that was a boss.
Yep. Probably the shortest fight in the game that uses the boss theme. Yeah, and then we are also meeting a kind of a minor antagonist, by the way, we'll later learn is named Camu, and he sicked his goons on us and then kidnapped Guy's sister right when we were about to have like a friendly sparring contest or something with Guy, so now we're going to go chase down Camu to rescue Hilda. So because I didn't really have I didn't have enough money to get all of the high potions that I needed, I'm just going to go back and buy them with the money I got from the followers.
I mean, it's convenient that the item shop is just on your way out of town anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd go north to leave town normally if I didn't need to go
Yeah,
back, but
there's an exit right over there.
Yep.
It's more or less on the way.
Yeah, my hat off to the Tanbell city planners for all of the convenient design decisions they made. So for these first 2 rooms here, these scorpion enemies move perpendicular to you, so I just kind of follow a specific movement track to just get them out of my way. Then here, like Dragondarch mentioned a bit ago too, if you approach an enemy from behind, you get a guaranteed preemptive, which when there's a couple combat rooms here and there where you have completely stationary enemies and you can just sneak up behind them and get a guaranteed preempt. Tia now has 0 magic. That's definitely a downside to having a kind of a pretty slow Regal Goblin fight, is that Tia has very, very low magic coming out. That was the only required fight though, so it'll be fine.
Yeah, this is where the enemies actually start ramping up a bit in difficulty here. Like the goblins aren't really all that threatening, but those lizards that you see are not the same lizards we saw earlier. They can hit you with needles, and it hurts.
And the idea there was I had to not kind of cross the velvet rope, basically, or else blocks would appear and block off that switch. Even after hitting the switch, I still don't want to cross the line because the animation for the blocks appearing wastes time. Yeah, you should be kind of, if you're not familiar with this game, you should be kind of getting the idea of how a lot of these dungeons are structured. We've got this mix of rooms with enemies in them that when we're speedrunning, we're pretty much always going to be trying to avoid. We've got puzzle rooms where we need to, in a lot of cases, use these tools we pick up along the way to solve them. and yeah, a couple of the puzzles here and there have some creative solutions to them, but a lot of them it just kind of comes down to just executing the intended solution as fast as you can. Here I bonk into the wall to get the scorpion out of my way.
Yeah, and for the puzzle rooms, most of them have a hint tile in them that give you at least a little bit of an idea on how to solve it, though some aren't necessarily the best.
Yep. Yeah, we'll be getting into that when we get to the Treasure Sword Shrine. Sometimes I can get lucky and shoot an arrow at that crab before it blocks off that hallway, but that one had places to be. Another very important safety save.
More importantly, you're getting Tia's MP back.
MP.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If it wasn't obvious too, those other tiles that make the glowy lights come into you. One of them restores HP and the other restores MP. You usually get them right before bosses too, but not always.
You usually at least get a save point, but not always the refills.
So get a helmet upgrade for Maxim. At this point, it's just for extra defense, but I'll eventually be needing it for I believe it's confusion. Yeah, it's confusion resistance. Because yeah, the game has a pretty nice tooltip system built into the menu to give you some more information about like what items and equipment do, but items that give you status protection are not explained very well in the game. All right, so we finally cornered Camus and find out he's kind of testing us for some currently unknown reason. And then this is another, like the last couple, this is a pretty hard boss at the levels we're at. Because Camus just has a lot of stuff he can do, a lot of which has some very specific countermeasures I have to take. It's like whenever he summons a goon, I need to kill it ASAP, basically, or else it might kill people. It's worth pointing out, too, I actually don't have any means of reviving people if they die at this point, so if somebody dies early, I'm just going to have to reload my safety save.
Yeah, this is the attack you don't want to see. Not only is it long animation, it does a fair amount of damage to everybody. Though, in return, that's how you generate IP, is you have to take damage. And he has a weapon on Guy and Maxim here that does Thunder Element damage, which just happens to be Camus' weakness. So we want to get as many uses of that as possible. Guy with his higher HP pool is a lot harder to get his IP built on this fight, though it is based on damage taken versus your current HP, so the lower Guy gets, the easier it is for him to generate it. It's also determined by, there's a stat called Gut, which determines how fast you actually generate IP, and there's some equipment that will boost that as well, which we can take advantage of later on.
Yeah, and then just kind of fundamentally what IP does is it lets you do special attacks in battle that are tied to what pieces of equipment you have on that character. It's a really, really cool and ahead of its time system, because kind of conceptually it's a lot similar to limit breaks in Final Fantasy VII, but it's a lot deeper because you can have up to 8 IP abilities, I believe, one for each piece of equipment, potentially, and using them doesn't deplete the entire bar, too. It's specific to each IP ability. So the IP system is a really big part of kind of how the speedrun works, how we're able to beat these bosses and get through these fights pretty underleveled. I'm getting really bad luck on the damage rolls from Buster Attack, too, because one of the benefits of getting the Witch Ring, too, is that, well, because it's boosting Tia's intelligence, and if I get a kind of a mid or low roll on Buster Attack, I can get away with just having Tia cast Strong instead of both Tia and Maxim.
Should also be noted, Camus has 1,500 HP, which is a sizable boost jump over Regal Goblin.
Yeah, which was 500. Oof.
Yeah, this is why we want those extra levels on Tia. The little bit of, even though she doesn't gain a lot of HP, that little bit extra can be the difference between her dying and her not dying. Another option you have here too, because you notice that Maxim can use spells as well. He can also use the flash spell. His intelligence isn't as high as Tia's, but he can do enough damage with it to justify casting it versus doing like a regular attack. But he's having to heal, and you're still better off using like using the IP because it actually hits his weakness, and Maxim is somewhat strong.
Really hoping for a low roll here so I can... Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, so I can use a potion on Guy.
Hey, Guy actually has enough IP for
Yep.
once.
He should be close enough at this point that I can save it for Tarantula, though. Well...
Or not.
He has been Buster Attack happy.
yeah.
What you really want to see out of him is just physical attacks. That's his least dangerous action. You don't want to see him call companions. You definitely don't want to see Buster Attack.
Yeah.
But he's just been doing so many Buster Attacks this time.
He has a sleep skill too. If he theoretically, if he does that and it fails to actually put you to sleep, then that's kind of the best thing that can happen on a turn. If it does put you to sleep, that's bad though. But I do have items to deal with that. Kind of a weird end to this fight, but anyway, Camus defeated. All right.
Don't you mean follower defeated?
Yeah, follower.
Yeah.
The true boss.
Yeah, since the fight didn't end when I beat Camus, I guess that means the follower was the real boss.
He just showed up at the end.
Yep. Hey, I'm here too. I'm helping.
I'm here to avenge my boss's death.
Yeah.
So in a bit of a tease here, you see those 3 chests in the back. They're like, oh yeah, here's 3 chests you get for beating the boss. Nope. We're gonna leave right now.
Yep, Iris comes and whisks us away.
Yep.
Yeah, your options for getting those are either you have to go there with just Maxim and Tia first, climb the tower. You can get the equipment because the boss isn't there yet because you haven't done the cutscenes back in Tanbell. Or you have to go back in afterwards, which is what puwexil is going to do, because one of them has a weapon that is extremely good for the next boss that we definitely want.
It's a hard requirement to beat the next boss under-leveled.
Well, not a hard requirement, but if you want a fast fight, you definitely want it.
Okay. Yeah.
Even with the time it takes to climb the entire tower again, the advantage is the second climb you don't have to go and detour for the key. You can just go straight up. You still have to solve the puzzles again. But it is worth the time lost to go get it versus how much it's going to save just on this next boss alone.
All right, so we got a little bit of a teaser after the Camus fight too about these beings called Sinistrals that Camus was working for that I guess are going to rule the world and unless we can have anything to do about it. So seeing Gades popping up in these spec boxes
It's been pretty funny so far.
Yeah. But yeah, so anyway, Guy just decides to kind of perma-join us at this point to I guess, just make sure nothing else, what Camus did to his sister doesn't happen to anybody else. So, so now at this point, we're gonna unfortunately have to climb Tanbell Tower again to get the chests on top because we need them, both short-term and long-term, and even though it's roughly about 2.5 minutes or so, I think I want to say even manipulated runs still do this.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Because they can also manipulate their IP in such a way where they can guarantee they're going to get a lot of uses out of the equipment, so it still ends up saving enough time to justify it.
So yeah, you've all seen this before. I mean, the only real changes are that I'm not going to need to get the key again, and I'm not going to need to get the jute helmet again. But yeah, I guess while I'm ascending this tower again, what do you got for us, RPG Chick?
Oh, well, I've got quite a bit. So we've got a $5 donation from Anonymous that says, we need a sequel to Triangle Strategy, or maybe a prequel. We have a $50 donation from Amadeus with no comment. Thank you so much. We have a $10 donation from Le French Restream that says, hello, this donation is to rename Zidane as H-Clean in Final Fantasy IX to bring good luck to the run. Have a nice RPG, LB. A $100 donation from Jerowin that says, good luck on your run, puwexil. Donation incentive to Runner's Choice.
My Runner's Choice for the time being is the Super Boss incentive for the Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer.
I mean, it's a pretty good incentive to donate towards, honestly. We've got a $10 donation from Keishura, president of the official puwexil fan club Keishura here. I would like to take a moment to thank the cool and composed puwexil-sama for providing us this wonderful run today. I also would like to bring to his attention that we have unanimously voted that Sunday midday streams be increased to twice a month instead of once a month. Please see the signatures of the members below. Fancy cursive Keishura.
Thanks, Kay. Appreciate it.
But seriously, Adam, greatest luck on the run, and I wish I could have been there to see it live. Guess you'll have to submit a run of something so I can join the proverbial couch next year. Please put this donation towards puwexil's choice.
Oh, thank you.
And we also have a $25 donation from Kayla. It says, I can never get enough of this game, and I'm totally hyped to see puwexil demonstrate his mastery once again. Best of luck. May the IP be plentiful.
Thank you.
Putting this donation towards naming our capsule monster Fry Guy because, well, just look at him. He definitely looks like an 80s McDonald's mascot.
Do we really want blue fries, though?
To everyone their own.
Yeah, food coloring, I guess.
Lots of food coloring.
All right, so we're at the top of the tower now, so we're going to get 3 nice items here. We already talked about the fire dagger, which is a fire elemental weapon that Guy will be rocking for the next boss fight. We get camo armor, which is nice armor that boosts strength, and I think it's poison resistance. Pearl brace is poison and paralysis resistance plus fire protection too, which is very nice. It's kind of the second best item after the fire dagger.
And now, coincidentally, we still have to go through the tower to get out the backside.
Yep.
Because those little pillars there were just in the way, and Camu was a load-bearing boss.
Yep. Very, very important purchases of mystery pins there, which are the item that cures the paralysis status. Because the next boss can do that to us.
Yeah, it can also poison us, but we're probably just going to deal
Yeah,
with
we'll
that.
just deal with that. But paralysis in this game tends to last for a pretty long time unless you use items to cure it. So the story-wise here, we're going looking for the Sinistrals, Camus bosses at this point too, but we're just kind of still getting involved with just kind of little local issues as they come up. In this case, we kind of make friends with the owners of a glass shop in the town of Clemento. That their shop is in debt to a very greedy person named Roshi, I think, who owns all the buildings and stuff in town. And Roshi just kind of says out loud within earshot that he really, really wants a ruby apple that's in this nearby hot cave here. So we're gonna go try to find that apple in order to pay off the glass shop's debts.
I'd love to know why there's just a cave filled with magma right here.
Yeah.
Like just random.
It's very how I deal with this skeleton is very important too, because if I'm not careful, it can block me in the room with the key, and it's kind of hard to get out then, because you can't if you use the reset spell, you just go back into that room with the skeleton blocking it too.
Also, somehow ice chunks form.
Yeah.
Ice chunks just form bridges across lava.
And they just sit there not melting.
Yeah, there's some other places in that cave you can go to get some fairly nice items, along with one of the capsule monsters, Blaze, the fire element one. But we're just skipping all of that. And if you skip stuff, it's a really short dungeon. We're already at Tarantula.
Yeah, this is another boss that is actually very, very difficult. And it's one of the reasons where manipulated runs can really save a lot of time, because they can guarantee that Guy's going to have a lot of IP to work with, and they can manipulate.
Not seeing this attack, I'm sure, too.
Well, seeing it is helpful, though, because it gives Guy IP, and you want more of that.
Yeah.
So it's a very delicate balance for how you handle boss fights, in that you need to be taking enough damage so you can use your stronger IP attacks, but you don't want to be taking so much that you die. Yeah,
and that's why I took his Tarantula has 2,000 health, so nice.
Wow, nice luck.
That's lucky, yeah. So yeah, getting a full power. Oh yeah, and I guess one of the other IPs abilities I've been using a couple times is Battle Lust, which is one that it gives you like a plus 40% attack boost. I want to say it's pretty significant.
It is 40%. And the way buffs work in this game, you can actually cast them multiple times to get the buff over and over, but each time the effect gets cut in half. But another thing about the Fire Dagger is that unlike the Kukri, which had a Thunder Elemental IP attack, it was just a physical attack when you attack normally with it. The Fire Dagger actually is Fire Element when you attack normally, so Guy still does a lot of damage.
And you need that too, just because once Tarantula is below 25% health, it can cast Stronger for 180 healing too. And if you're not capable of outpacing that, this fight can just drag on and on and on. I've seen people playing this game casually take upwards of like half an hour to beat Tarantula, even at like casual levels, because of that healing.
Yeah, this is honestly one of the hardest bosses at the start of the game.
And again, we got the goon laid. But yeah, anyway, that was nice, actually. Yeah, that was pretty fast, actually.
Yeah, that was a really good fight.
I got a little scared when Tia got paralyzed. I mean, the way I would have dealt with that was to have Maxim heal her so she wouldn't die, and then Guy use a mystery pin to deparalyze her. But this fight can get really, really sketchy if multiple characters get paralyzed too, which can happen, and if the person you're going to use the mystery pin with then gets paralyzed before they can use it. So that's kind of the main way that you lose.
There's also the possibility that it likes doing Poison Shower is one of its more common attacks, and it can just do that every single turn. And you kind of get stuck in. It's another boss where you can get stuck in a healing loop where you have to keep healing damage up so you don't die, but it just keeps damaging everybody so much that you have to just keep healing, and it can really drag the fight out.
Yeah, because unlike with Camo, even with the Witch Ring, I just can't. I need to go all in on healing after Poison Shower to avoid risks of characters dying. But yeah, so then we find out that we thought we found the ruby apple, but it actually broke during our fight with the tarantula. And we find out it's not really ruby after all. It's made of glass. I think it's made by, I'm blanking on his name exactly. Jaffe, the owner of the glass shop. And then we come up with a sinister little idea here of having Jaffe give us a new glass apple and then giving it to Roshi to pay off the debts. And don't worry about it. It's worth a lot of money to Roshi, even if it's not really made of ruby. I love this little frolicking animation she does there too.
It bounces off.
Yep. Alright, so before I leave too, I'm gonna do a quick, just a little quick thing mostly for Marathon safety, which is to get the flash spell for Maxim, and that's mainly for a boss coming up in about an hour or so called Idura, where having multiple characters capable of casting flash can matter a lot. And you know what? I'm just gonna get rid of that.
Yeah, you have the antidotes.
Yep.
Might as well.
All right, so then we're coming into Parcelite, the next town. We're about to meet our next playable character, Salon, who's, for all intents and purposes, is kind of an upgraded version of Tia as far as kind of what she's good at.
What's weird, though, is that, Salon actually does get relatively fast by the end of the game. She starts out very slow compared to everybody else. And at this point, she's actually, I believe she's a little bit slower than Guy, for that matter, which is...
Yeah, she goes last on the next couple fights that she's in, yeah. So we finally have an opportunity to buy regains, which are the first tier revive item. So we definitely snap those up, along with some shrieks, which is a fun name for the item that cures the confused status. I guess you're just yelling at yelling at your friends.
You just scream in their ear.
Yeah, wake up!
Stop hitting your friends.
And we've got a few minutes of cutscenes here where we're first getting introduced to Salon. So what have you got, RPGC?
We've got a $5 donation from Maz that says, Lufia 2 was the first RPG I ever played. The scene with Dakar at the end of the game is one of my all-time favorite video game moments and still gives me goosebumps. We've also got a $20 donation from ARP Wayne. Puwexil is one of my favorite speedrunners, and Lufia 2 is one of my favorite games, so my hype itself is pretty hyped. Also, that tarantula fight was fantastic. Tia losing paralyzed immediately was pretty heckin' lucky.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, we were just laughing there at, again, the fact that Maxim's name is Gades.
Yes,
Sir, are you Sir Gades? Why, yes, I am.
Yep. There's going to be some really fun conversations coming up soon, too. Yeah, if anyone's not familiar, Gate is a name that has some pretty significance in the game, and we'll be getting into that soon enough.
It should also be pointed out that during that cutscene, there was a point where it was supposed to be the king talking, but the text bubble came from Salon instead. There's a few points in the game where it accidentally does that.
All right, so we're just kind of getting our next assignment here, basically. I mean, we're just kind of agreeing to go with Salon at this point to go to a shrine north of Parcelite to find a treasure sword, as in just kind of an ornamental sword made of precious metals or something like that. Much as I love this game, the structure is fairly predictable. I mean, you come to a new town, some stuff happens, then you go to a dungeon and fight a boss in most cases. I mean, it's all executed very well, but it does get pretty predictable after a while.
The dialogue is pretty witty though. Like that's another thing that was kind of ahead of its time. Is a lot of RPGs had sort of like more of a dry amount of text, and there's a few jokes here and there, but it was mostly just like cut and dry, to the point, stuff like that. This game had no problems just going right into the jokes.
Yeah. Just a little subtle thing I've really come to appreciate about the game too is that when characters talk, the tone for their text drawing out is different depending on which character it is too. I think that's a nice, really subtle way to get around hardware limitations of the time and have the characters kind of effectively have different voices, even though there's no voice acting, obviously. These zombies are kind of slow, but they're random movements, so I have to watch it.
This room's just kind of, there's not really a lot you can do to speed this up. You just have to kind of deal with it.
Very nice items in here, though. We get the Undead Ring, which kind of the main usage of it is that it makes your attacks do holy elemental damage, just like the name implies, right? And then the Cold Rapier, which is a ice elemental weapon. With this kind of goofy room here, where normally if you go down the middle, the goblins like that ambush you, but we're getting our Metal Gear on here by ambushing them instead.
I always like that the solution to this puzzle is just top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom.
Well, the way I memorized it was da-dud, udu-adud. For down up, basically. Da-dud, udu-adud.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever works for you.
Yep.
Puwexil, you just took me back to Legend of Mana.
Dub. All right, so then, I made a little detour there to get a Bat Rock, which is a, there's a class of equipment in this game called jewels or stones, basically, that equipping them just raises certain stats, then also gives you, in a lot of cases, nice IP abilities.
That puzzle right there, actually, it kind of makes you think you want to put the bomb in between both boxes to break, because you have to break both of them to make the bridge appear. But if you put it between them and break them at the same time, it switches where the platform is and you just fall.
Yep. I call this the conga line room here. All right, then we get a puzzle that's pretty notorious. Oops, as I mess up the first one, but we get a puzzle that's fairly notorious in that, because like Ambelie mentioned a bit ago, there's hint tiles in a lot of these puzzle rooms that tell you what the, at least what the goal of the puzzle is, and give you kind of a nice hint on what to do. But in this one, it tells you you need to move a certain number of colored blocks to get them all to turn yellow. Having some input issues here, I guess. But what it doesn't tell you is that lining them up diagonally counts, and you have to do that in order to solve the second and third versions of it. Did some equip changing too after I got all the chests I needed here, because in particular I want Maxim to have the Cold Rapier so he can do ice damage. Tia has the Mind Ring, which it's a better version of the Witch Ring for stats, but also lets you cast the Stronger spell through IP, which is the Tier 2 healing spell. And then I also set it up just that I have two different characters that are capable of using Battle Lust.
Yeah, Battle Lust is going to get a lot of use throughout the run, because physical damage kind of does end up outpacing magic damage, largely because some IP attacks just let you do like 3 times the damage with one attack.
Yeah, and exploit elemental weaknesses in the process too.
Speaking of elemental weaknesses, you'd think something blue would be weak to fire. But in this case, Nope.
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 Nope. They're changing things up on us here.
Yeah, so anyway, if you're familiar with Melty Gemini from Final Fantasy IX, this is kind of Lufia's equivalent to it, where we have these two clowns named Pierre and Danielle that are twins, basically, and we fight both of them, and then they revive each other, and then we have to fight them at the same time, effectively. And I think this is probably a good opportunity to talk about selective multi-targeting, which I've been doing a couple times here and there, because a really nice thing about the magic system in this game is that when you have spells that can target multiple allies or enemies, you can choose how many targets there are. You don't have to do all of them if you're going to do a multi-target. And because the amount of damage you're healing is proportional to the number of targets, I was taking advantage of that there because just Guy is still very, very tanky, and most in scenarios with these fights isn't going to need to be healed. So leaving him out of the healing makes it so that the healing I'm doing for the other three is better and can better keep up with what the clowns do. Something I learned a while back, actually, from a guy named Nitrodon, is that these clowns actually have a unique mechanic, too, where if you attack them with something that's not one of their elemental weaknesses, it just has a flat chance to miss.
Mm-hmm. This applies to boomerangs, too.
Yeah. Yeah, Danielle's a little bit easier than Pierre, just because my means of doing lightning and fire damage are better than my abilities to do ice and water.
Yeah, Salon actually starts with the flash spell as well, so you can utilize that with her and Tia. Gades can be casting it as well.
Yeah, that's an alternative for this fight too, but I found it was a little faster to have Maxim use Battle Lust on Guy than just defend, basically, rather than cast Flash. All right, so then you do have to fight both of them at least once before it clicks that not everything is what it seems here. We're basically fighting one monster that's split into two. But so yeah, anyway, so now we fight both of them. We actually don't choose who our parties are. The game just assigns us a fighter and a mage for each fight. But the really fun part is that if you have a capsule monster for this part, the capsule monster is in both fights, even though they're supposedly taking place at the same time.
It's just traveling back and forth really fast.
Yeah, because usually in practice, if I was doing this, I had Blaze at this point, and Blaze runs away pretty easily, and then the idea is, oh, Blaze is just running over to the other fight.
Yeah, something else of note here is that since we only have 2 characters, now those bolts are actually going to hit for a bit more than they were before, because it's only split between 2 characters instead of 4. Which is significant because you'll notice Tia's HP is still not very good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have to do a very specific setup to consistently survive this fight because, yeah, you saw how much damage that fireball did to Maxim, and if Pierre punches Tia, it does pretty similar, like 75-80% of her max health. So the regular strong spell just isn't enough to keep up with that damage, which is why I need to use the IP ability of the Mind Ring to cast Stronger so that it's a full heal.
And unfortunately, these bosses are fast, so you're not really going to beat them to the punch, which means if your IP is already full and you're planning on using an IP attack, you're just going to have a bunch of wasted IP. But it is beneficial that we take as much damage as we do because we get to use our IP more often.
Kind of lost track if I'd actually gotten a regular hit in along with the first Glacial Blast. What I should have done was defended with Tia on that last turn because the second Glacial Blast was definitely going to kill, but just went for the safe route. So there I preemptively used a high potion on Salon in case she took damage so that she can use her turn to Battle Lust Guy. Something the clowns can do, by the way, is just laugh, too, which is an empty turn. I just kind of view that as being there just to make the fights a little more fair when you're having to do them with only 2 characters. The game sometimes cuts you a break.
Yeah, unlike Tia, Salon actually does have the intelligence necessary to be able to keep up with just the strong spell. And this is another situation where that fire dagger is saving a lot of time compared to not having it because, yeah, you saw a guy do over 600 damage before, and that's half of this thing's health.
All right, and that's the clowns. Pretty solid fights overall. I had really good IP going into both of them. Because the way they can kind of go kind of badly is, especially for Pierre, if Pierre just goes after Tia really hard and doesn't give Max some IP to use Glacial Blast.
Yeah, that's actually another bit of strategy with this is you don't necessarily always want to use all of your IP in a boss fight because you do want to save it for future fights. And if you know you've got a boss coming up after that, you're going to want IP early in the fight for. Sometimes it's better to just not do your stronger attacks, even if it drags one fight out, it'll save time in the next one. And trying to balance that is kind of a tricky part of doing this run entirely in its entirety.
Yeah, especially unmanipulated too, where you have to kind of deal with what you have too instead of having it planned out. Little minor thing too is that whenever I'm on this island where Parcelite is, I actually do not use the menu cancel trick because this island is your first opportunity to get cores, which are the Lufia world equivalent of metal slimes, like from the Dragon Quest series. They're worth a lot of experience, but have a very high chance of running away. But unlike real metal slimes, at least in Lufia 2, cores are actually extremely easy to kill, because pretty much any damage-dealing spell will kill them, guaranteed.
Yeah, that wasn't intended. They were supposed to be like metal slimes, but they messed up the code, and they ended up with really low magic defense. Yeah. And it actually gets lower with each iteration of the cores, because you have the red cores here, there's green cores, blue cores, and then later on no cores, and they're all worth progressively higher amounts of experience, and they also take more and more magic damage.
Yeah. So I mean, it doesn't really make or break a run at all. But if I'm actually if I actually do get a core kill here, it can help for like the next little bit of the run too, to have some extra levels. And it also here too, if I get a fight that is not a core, it's not a big deal. I mean, all of the later places where there's different kinds of cores, there's much worse enemies that are there too, but not really the case there. All right, so story-wise, this is kind of where the main story of the game really kind of starts to take off, though, because we get back from the Treasure Sword Shrine and then find out that the next town over, called Gordovan, has been destroyed by one person, single-handedly, a giant. And I popped in and out of there just specifically to make it so that I can warp back to Gordovan later. But if I'd have actually talked to people there, we'd have found out that the giant that destroyed the town went to this tower to the west. This is a fairly involved dungeon too, just because it has an elevator system built into it too. Along with getting our next tool upgrade, which we're about. I guess we're still a floor away from that. Here we have to put the jar on the side of the room we want to go to, and then follow the lights, basically.
Here's your next tool.
Yep.
There you go.
Sproing. All right, so this is a tool we're going to be seeing a lot of for the rest of the game, too, because in addition to being able to kind of hook into objects and pull yourself across, like I just did there, it can also stun enemies, just like the arrows. And just because of how many times I have to use the hook shot for movement or puzzles, it's a lot more efficient to just also use it to stun enemies, even though in a lot of cases the animation is a hair slower because you have to watch the hook shot retract.
It also has slightly less range than the arrows. The arrows can actually go completely off the screen, and the hook reaches close to the end of it, but not all the way.
All right, so way back in the lake cave where I fought the catfish, I had to fight some eagles a few times, and eagles actually have a chance to drop a jewel called the Eagle Rock, which I eventually need mostly because it gives some nice agility bonuses. If I'd have actually gotten that lucky drop, I would have skipped this detour to get an Eagle Rock, so it saves a little bit of time. And then I guess if anyone's thinking back to kind of how we were talking about how if I'd have gotten the catfish jewel drop from the catfish, I would have had to throw it away or pretend I didn't have it just because of the rule set for no manipulation. That only applies to drops from bosses. Drops from regular encounters are fine, just because those you could potentially farm for if you really wanted one badly enough. Alright, so then we have basically a Simon puzzle here. You step on the switch, it lights up the lights in a certain pattern that you then need to mimic. This puzzle is actually different in the US version of the game compared to the Japanese version, because in the Japanese version, the puzzle involves pushing blocks into the shape of a cross, and they didn't really like religious references in video games in this period.
Good old Nintendo censorship.
Yep. There's a number of other puzzle rooms that are different for reasons I don't really understand, too, between the Japanese and North American versions. All right, but with that, we have reached the top, and it is time for the boss. It is time for Gades here to have a Persona 4 moment here, I guess, by fighting.
This is a pretty tough boss fight,
Yeah.
too.
But the foreboding music should give a hint here. Gades. I am Gades.
No, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, kudos to whoever donated for that, 'cause that's
Yeah.
just fantastic.
If you really like this music, don't worry. We'll be hearing a lot more of it later. But yeah, Gades is the first of the 4 Sinistrals, the main antagonists of the game. And then the first encounter with Gades, let's see, he has I think 7,500 HP, and his other stats are kind of off the charts too. And that fight is technically winnable, and it's not really that hard to do so if you play retry mode, which is New Game Plus. And even if you do manipulation and gain some extra levels, you can do it in a New Game playthrough too. But at the levels I'm at, it's impossible basically. So since the game still continues, even if you lose that fight, I just run away until I wipe basically.
Yeah, winning the fight is worth a lot of experience, and more importantly, you get the Gades blade
yeah.
afterwards, which has a very high attack power for this point in the game, and has one of the best IP abilities in the game. The only drawback of the weapon is its darkness elemental, and there's a lot of enemies that resist darkness.
Yeah, basically anything that's undead pretty much just miss. The darkness elemental weapon just misses.
However, you can override it with certain rings. Certain rings actually will change the element of your base attack. So you can override it with light if you want.
Yeah, and that fight was also why, and sometimes you'll see that they don't cure poison up until this point, because once you die, it goes away, basically.
Yeah, like if I either hadn't gotten antidotes or multiple characters had been poisoned by the tarantula, that's where it would go away. I mean, assuming you don't fight anything else in between tarantula and Gades, it's just the clown's fights, basically, where you'd be taking poison ticks. So under most circumstances, it's just not worth, because I mean, if you go to a church, you can cure status effects and revive characters, but yeah, I mean, just for the little amount of time there, it's just not worth it. All right, so then I guess we're, having been humbled pretty hard by Gades there, we're making the very wise decision to go after him at this point, pretty much.
We have our pride.
Yep, so...
Well, except for Guy.
Yep. Yeah, Guy takes off at this point to go tend to his sister, who's still recovering from having been kidnapped by Camus. And it's kind of implied at this point that Gades was Camus' boss, basically.
Yeah, so now we have Maxim and 2 mages, which actually works better than you would think it would.
Another important thing about the scripted death to Gades too is that you lose all of your IP because of that. Because if a character dies, all of their IP is gone. And there, I warp back to Gordovan because I like how in the dialogue they just kind of know that this wall that was blocking the backside of the tower is now open. All right, so we're making we don't have any story reasons to go to this town of Merrick's, but we're going to be doing a bunch of shopping here.
That's a story reason.
Yeah.
Shopping spree.
Yeah. Stimulate the local economy.
I mean, this town's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. You sold the gift you gave to Tia.
The ear jewel.
The one that she went and frolicked for, you just, nope, capitalism.
Yep. All right, so I bought a holy elemental weapon that's eventually going to be going to Guy, some armor upgrades for Salon just to make her a bit less squishy, restocked on big boomers, and then I bought 2 spells for Salon: Fireball, which is the level 2 fire elemental spell, and then Trick, which, I mean, you'd think it would like raise your intelligence or speed or something like that, but nope, it raises your attack power. we'll be using that for a boss much later on. Yeah, and this is why starting when you enter where Gordovon is, getting into overworld encounters starts to become a bigger problem. Like those enemies will always go first, and they have a very high chance to cast Flash, which wastes time. All right, so on our way to go after Gades, we have to go through this cave that connects the two islands, and then the main reason for this is kind of more story development, I guess, between Maxim, Salon, and Tia. But it's also a bit of a throwback reference to the first Lufia game, where there's a very, very notorious quest that involves pretty much the same thing, fixing a bridge that's in a tunnel. But that quest has some horrible
backtracking.
And really obtuse triggers to get the bridge to finish being built too. So I kind of, in some ways, view this quest here as an apology from Neversoft for that one. So anyway, I made a little. I went into that room just to get a high magic potion, just for marathon safety, basically for an upcoming dungeon. This is very short, by the way, too. It's more. There's really more cutscenes than fighting here. Kind of find out that Maxim's instinct is to go immediately try to save Salon if he thinks he's in danger, and he doesn't really kind of treat Tia the same way. There is a little bit of a potentially nasty sequence coming up right after this room, though. We're trying to extinguish the source of the monsters in this cave.
Yeah, this room is kind of nasty because you have to fight this one in the back to get at the thing you have to destroy. But the other monsters will continuously respawn after you kill them, and they will just block your path a lot.
Yeah, they gave me a really nice opening after I kind of bailed out and went in again. Because yeah, like we were talking about earlier, the direction that you and the monsters are facing when you trigger a fight matters as far as odds for getting a preemptive or an ambush. And in most cases, it ends up being easier to approach the goblin you do have to fight from the side. But if you do that, then there's a 50% chance of it being an ambush. And it's a lot better to approach it head on. But there's a lot of cases where you just don't have a good opening for that because of where the other monsters are. And a lot of times I'll just eat the risk of an ambush rather than spend a bunch of time trying to avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was decently fast, other than the start of it. All right, so now we are meeting the best character in this game, and in some people's opinions, the best character in like any RPG of the Super Nintendo era too. By the way, we get to meet Dakar, who's I keep forgetting whether he's a knight or a mercenary, or he's a very strong and well-renowned fighter that's not really the brightest too, but
he's not joking when he says he's strong.
Yep.
Yeah, he's really kind of a more extreme version of Guy once he eventually does join us, as far as just how hard he can hit things.
Yeah, he has HP by the truckload. He has strength by the truckload. He has intelligence by the. I think he's got a
thimble.
Yeah, he's got a thimble of it.
Yeah, and it's like a truck.
And another thing too is that he's actually he's over leveled compared to the rest of us too, because this game doesn't have like party level averaging or anything like that when new characters join up, like say like Final Fantasy VI or Chrono Trigger. New characters are just kind of at the level that you're roughly expected to be at in a normal playthrough. That's going to be a really, really big deal when Artie joins us much later on too. All right, so we do have a few more minutes of cutscenes before we actually continue on. So RPGC, take it away.
So I did want to let you know, because we do have that naming the capsule monster coming up in a little bit.
That's coming up in the next dungeon, by the way.
Yeah,
It's
so
a
we
couple
do
minutes
have
left.
2 names that are almost tied. Because right now Nami is in the lead with $71, and Mr. Man is right behind it with $70. So if one of those sounds really good to y'all, I strongly suggest putting your incentive towards one of those and just kind of nudge it a little further in the lead if you want. Or if you like one of these other names up here, we got Buddy at $41, DCHBO at $25, Fry Guy at $25, Feel at $2. Or maybe you want your own name and you're just going to snipe everybody, but this is the time to do it.
So kind of story-wise, we just kind of get introduced to this really kind of almost cartoonish situation here, where I mean, Jakar, I'm sorry, is by far the strongest warrior in this kingdom, but the prince of the kingdom thinks that he's a fighter too, and like we see him bravely defeat a jelly, basically, in that last cutscene, and then it's kind of implied that the prince is just constantly getting into trouble. Then Dakar is just always following behind, bailing him out, and that's really what's happening now. Is that the kingdom is kind of getting threatened by a guy named Idura, who's another kind of minion of the Sinistrals, and Idura kind of runs off to this this labyrinth here, and we're going to go chase him down, or I should say we're more specifically going to chase down the prince, who's going after Idura with no real hope of beating him.
It's actually very important that he avoids encounters in here too, because a lot of these enemies, especially like the one you saw back at the beginning that had wings, that thing is very fast and can cast some multi-target spells that will very quickly wipe his party if he's not careful.
Yeah, that's a pretty frequent thing too, that the regular encounters can be more dangerous than the bosses once we're kind of past the early game.
To be fair, we don't really plan for the regular encounters though. We plan for the boss fights.
Yep. All right, well, Flash fans, here you go. Thanks everybody for donating for the Capsule Monster Bid War. So what's our light elemental friend's name going to be?
So after a last refresh, it is going to be Nami, all in caps.
All right. You are actually capable of freely renaming capsule monsters at any time, too. I don't actually remember how to solve that coming from where Flash is, so I just reset the normal route. Let me get this fun puzzle here.
So it's actually important that you don't do that all in one bomb chain, because when bombs explode, they'll explode the bomb next to them as well. If you do that all in one chain, the floor will start to rise, and it just never stops rising, and you soft lock.
I've been told it will eventually end after 4 minutes, basically, of the bridge wrapping all the way around the world and coming back. Yeah. I did a little exploit too, where I set off another bomb once the bridge started moving, because then you regain movement control and can save a little bit of time. All right, so then Idura basically kind of shows his true colors at this point. That thanks, Flash. Where he doesn't fight us directly. He sicks two waves of regular monsters on us and threatens more. So the fact that these fights are not meant to be difficult at all, but just because we're not fighting anything other than bosses and we're really underleveled, these fights can be a little a little sketchy.
These are kind of rough for mid-level teens here.
And the fact that we have 2 sets of monsters back-to-back with no opportunity to heal or do menuing in between does drive the strategy a little bit, too. Because if I could heal, I would just go all in and just try to kill them all in one turn. But because I have to fight some trolls next, I do want to have good HP going into it.
It also doesn't help that we have maximum 2 casters, so one of the casters has to be in the front row.
Oh,
Wow!
Nice.
Good job, Flash.
Yeah, they're still not ever worth picking up in the actual speed run, but that's really the best part of the capsule monsters is them tanking damage for you.
Mm-hmm. Especially in just fights like this, where like these trolls can 2-shot Tia in particular. And because we lost all of our IP to Gades too, we do kind of hope to rebuild some on these fights too, especially for Maxim.
Yeah, Maxim's the important one. The other 2 less so right now, but it will come into play a bit later.
Yeah.
Well, mostly for Salon.
Yeah, because Tia is actually leaving after this fight, so in a lot of cases around this part, if somebody dies on a boss, I'll use a regain to revive them, but if Tia dies to the trolls, which is decently common actually, then I won't, because that's what kind of a friend I am. Hey, Gades.
And this would be the point in your casual playthrough after Tia leaves that you're like, no, wait, she had all my equipment.
Yep. Another thing ahead of its time about this game is it does have a system for getting back equipment that either unique equipment that you sold or that characters that left your party permanently had on them, called Forfeit Island.
Unfortunately, that's much later in the
Yep.
game.
Then Dakar forgetting how to open the door in the next room.
Mm-hmm. All right, so then since Tia's leaving, we're just gonna take her stuff. Oh yeah, and then there's
Yeah.
a little fun point to point out the text glitch in this game too, because when you page between menus in the US version, it doesn't clear out the text already, which is how we have like the close ship, the toga quip, and the rota quip too.
It's really convenient that Salon just comes with both the warp and the escape spell.
Yeah, that you don't have to like level up or buy the spells or anything. Gades came here in the
Sir
labyrinth.
Gades came.
Gades
I'm-
talked with the king.
I'm right here. I did talk with the king a little while ago. I know what I said.
That is never gonna get
Gades,
old
you
too.
came back.
Okay, so then we just kind of, we more or less find out that Idura was just kind of distracting us and Dakar basically by luring them to that labyrinth so that Gades could come threaten the king while we were away. Although he's threatening this king to destroy a different kingdom, which is the kind of the strange part of the plan.
Well, he did throw in at the end, I'm going to destroy this kingdom too.
Oh, okay.
But I'm going to sink this other island, and then I'm going to destroy this too.
Yeah.
So obviously the island is more important than this kingdom.
Mm-hmm. So he's insulting him and
Yep.
Yes,
along
that-
with threatening him, yeah.
And Guy's back.
Yeah, so Guy's back, and then, but more importantly, we finally get to use Dakar after this cutscene here. Although unfortunately, we actually do lose Tia and Salon, and we're just kind of going on a bromance adventure at this point, I guess, with just the guys.
It's a road trip with the boys.
Yep, and that gives this next tower we're going to a really unique vibe to it, where we have no real mage. The only character we have that can use magic at all is Maxim, and Maxim is not a very good mage at these levels.
He's a passable healer, and that's about all he is with spells.
Mm-hmm. So he goes from being like one of our front row damage dealers for bosses to being the back row mage for the next boss.
Because, like I mentioned earlier, we had Maxim, Tia, and Salon. You had to put either Salon or Tia in the front row, so the mage was kind of... so you kind of had a mage that was exposed to damage. In this case, we're basically going to put Maxim in the back row, so now he's not going to be able to do as much damage, but it's because Guy and Dakar are just that much better.
Mm-hmm.
Especially Dakar.
Yeah, and then something I also do all throughout the run too is that because when I'm on the overworld, I'm periodically opening the menu to avoid overworld encounters. If I have menuing, I need to do like they're moving Dakar to the front row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I will do it then. That's a half-second optimization that El Vegas recently discovered playing the new open world randomizer, that if you do it you skip one animation of the wall moving. So this is a fairly long dungeon too by this game's standards too, the Ancient Tower. There's 2 combat rooms, as I call them, again, where you have to just kill all of the monsters and them to get the door to open. Fortunately, for all of the required fights you have to do here, if I don't mess it up, you have at least a 50% chance to please no. Okay. Thanks, Flash. Ooh. Aww.
Flash tried.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You have at least a 50% chance to go for a preemptive.
You'll also notice that the boomerangs are doing different damage for each character, and that's not really based on stats, as the items actually have a fixed amount of damage. It's based on the row the character is in. Maxim doing it from the back row is actually going to be less damage than trying to do it from the front, than Guy and Dakar in the front row, especially from the upper left position. That actually does have the highest damage output.
Yeah, it takes higher damage too, which is why way earlier I put Guy in that slot instead of Maxim.
But you'll notice that when Dakar joined us, he has 283 HP versus whatever everybody else has.
Yeah, much less than that. And this is our first time we have to deal with teleporting monsters too, which are really annoying. Because in all cases they're random as far as how frequently they teleport and where they teleport to. Doing these 2 rooms here, I'm doing some neat AI manips for the monsters that I learned from a Japanese runner named Akisu Niko. Because okay.
The snail just moves right in front of it.
Come on. That's right. Yeah, the strat I used to bait the bull up there makes this room pretty consistent. Not pressing the R button hard enough a few times. Now, shoutouts to that frog sprite, by the way, too. That never gets old.
It is.
Yeah.
It is singing up a storm there.
Yeah.
It's having such a good time right now. It is the only good part about getting some of these random encounters is you get to see like the amazing sprite work of some of these monsters.
Yeah, and sometimes get IP that you wouldn't otherwise get to. But yeah, again, sprite work.
Yeah, it's actually one kind of disadvantage to Dakar right now is that because he has so much HP and so much natural defense, it's actually not that easy for things to damage him. And Dakar is going to be the one we want doing a lot of damage here because he really does pump it out. So we want him getting IP, but unfortunately he doesn't get a lot of it unless you let him intentionally get low on HP so he gets more per hit. So it's a bit risky.
Yeah, there's a boss coming up later where we want Dakar to have full IP too, and getting that is sometimes easier said than done. You want to be really careful around these bulls too, just because if they see you, they move very well. I'll show you. Actually, they can do that.
Yeah,
really
only vertically though. Side to side, they move only once for every 2 times that you move.
Yeah, again, it comes back to just how the field monsters have just really sophisticated AI. Well, maybe not sophisticated, but really kind of diverse AI. But it's kind of neat that there's just that much of it in an older game like this. So I picked up a Miracle just for safety there. Having one can make a really big difference against Gades, the next boss. We'll be fighting for real.
Well, we're gonna stick Dakar on it.
Yeah.
And this fight can, I mean, Gades has 3,000 HP. The fight can take a while if you don't get a lot of IP on Dakar. If you get a lot of IP on Dakar, though, the fight can be very fast.
It's actually Guy that has the Gladius, though. So.
Oh, you're not? Oh, no Dakar strats.
Yeah, it's, well...
Interesting.
Just with the route, it's probably just because Guy gets IP faster than Dakar, I would guess, is why it was routed that way. But I mean, Dakar gets the Undead Ring, though, so he still does good damage.
I gotcha.
It's Undead Ring. Yeah, so I'm just getting geared up for Gades at this point. So, yeah, Dakar gets the Undead Ring so that his physical attacks do holy elemental damage, which Gades is weak to. Guy gets the Gladius, which I bought earlier, which is just a weapon that does holy damage and has an IP ability called Holy Energy, which we'll be seeing a lot of much later in the game, too.
Yeah, that is one of the single best IP attacks in the game.
When I'm in rooms with teleporting enemies, too, I often do kind of stutter stepping like that just to give myself more reaction time. In case it's about to teleport right next to me so I can get out of the way. I always keep forgetting to check my health during that last menu.
And you do find hint tiles throughout the dungeon that tell you how many times to hit those statues.
And then even though there's a HP tile there, if I remember to do it optimally, it's faster to just heal with Maxim and then just only step on the MP tile on your way out of there. All right, so now we get one of the most obnoxious puzzle rooms in the whole game here. This is a monster race where we have to...
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Good luck.
There we go.
That's where we bet on a winner very fast, I guess. You can kind of effectively bet, as in step on the the tile that corresponds with any of the 3 monsters, but the skeleton bro on the east side can teleport, so it's just statistically the one that's most likely to win the race. But it can stall it out for a long time sometimes.
There's a few rooms in the game where you're reliant on enemy movement to be able to trigger a switch, and sometimes it really can just drag.
All right, well, it's time to fight the big guy now. So yeah, just for reasons, there isn't really a story reason for it. He's much weaker in this fight than the first one. So yeah, we've got 3,000 HP to get through. He has an AoE attack called Destructo Wave, and then 2 different types of physical attacks. We don't want to see the physical attacks, especially on Guy, because well, I mean it's kind of like we've been talking about. It's kind of a give and take thing where. We want Guy to get IP so that he can use Holy Energy to do about 750 to 800 damage to Gades. But we don't want him to die, which will usually happen if Gades punches him twice hard enough.
Yeah, you saw how much attack power Dakar just got from that one Battle Lust. Dakar using the Gladius, if you were to go that route, Dakar can actually hit for about 1,100 here. Like, he really does do a lot of damage.
I forgot to Battle Lust Guy. Fix that now. Well, if he survives, he's good for Idura now. Enjoy the rock and Sinistral boss music, by the way, too. Those hits are scary, but they're giving me the IP I need to keep using Stronger, which is the only way I can really keep up with what Gades does. Getting scary now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other problem is that Gades is very, very fast in this fight. You are not ever going first here.
Okay. Even a Destructo Wave would have killed Dakar there. Yay,
Yeah.
got him.
I think Dakar did do more damage there than Guy.
Yeah.
Because Guy didn't even get a single Holy Energy off.
Didn't, yeah. All right, so for, again, reasons, we got our revenge on Gades, and kind of a recurring theme in the story for this game, too, is that we beat one of the antagonists, and they have kind of a last surprise in store for them, and that's that before he dies, Gades sets off like some kind of doomsday device in this tower that's going to sink the island where Parcelite is. But there's also a very conveniently located way to turn it off that we're about to do, too.
Well, I mean, he didn't expect anyone to chase him across that collapsing hallway.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the way that Gades fight could have gone faster, like we were talking about, was getting to use IP with Guy. Basically, like if he'd have done Devastation or something on Guy earlier in the fight, that would have given him a lot of IP, and he'd have been able to pretty much shave a full turn off the fight if we'd have gotten that off. But barring that, it's really just about kind of just chipping away by using holy elemental weapons.
Mm-hmm. And hoping that he doesn't keep targeting the same character more than once.
Yeah, it's why even though the animation for Destructo Wave is a lot slower than his physical attacks, it's way less dangerous. Because another way that the Gades fight can go south, too, is if he just doesn't give Maxim IP to use Stronger. Because, again, Stronger is really the only way you're keeping up with his damage output effectively. And you only, if Maxim has full IP, you get, I think, like 3 uses of it, I want to say, before you need more IP to keep it going.
There was one more trick he had up his sleeve too, and that if you deactivate the tower, it also tries to kill the person. But Gades didn't die here.
Yeah. Gades. Okay. All right. So this is actually kicking off about a 5-minute set of cutscenes here, where we have a lot of major story development and a bit of a time jump too, where Maxim and Salon have kind of gradually been getting closer as the journey has been going on, and And they end up getting married, actually, in the near future. And then Tia, who's kind of forlornly watching from afar, kind of has her own epiphany here that...
She's in love with Hades. Hades is a kind man.
Yeah, didn't really mean it as far as sinking this island, but but yeah, that this dialogue is still so much though. My heart breaks every time Gades goes to battle.
This is supposed to be a touching, heart-wrenching scene, but
but yeah, Tia is basically realizing that she's not really the right person for Maxim. That she wants Maxim to finish adventuring and come home, whereas Salon wants to keep on the journey to fight evil. So she just decides it's best for everybody if she just leaves and kind of finds her own destiny at that point. All right, so I like how there's these unique sprites for the wedding scene, along with several sets of unique music too. But I guess, yeah, while this is all going on, I hope you've got a fair bit of stuff to say, RPGC.
Well, I'll do the best I can. So we've got a $20 donation from KFizzle4. It says, I haven't gotten around to Lufia 2 yet, but I just beat Lufia 1 last year. I'll get to this game eventually. Honestly, highly recommend personally. A $20 donation from Mega Seraphimon. Go puwexil, go. Probably the first speedrunner I remember watching. Glad I'm able to donate here because mental illness is no joke. We have a $20 donation from Amadeus 1005. Big fan of puwexil's stream.
Oh, thank you.
I enjoy speedrunning RPG games myself, and I always think that puwexil's speedrun times are excellent benchmarks when setting goals for myself.
sorry, Gades risked his life to defeat Gades.
Well, speaking of Gades, Gades donates $25.
Nice.
Are you Sir Gades? Yes? Well now, here, take this Gades blade and go defeat the sinister Sir Gades before Sir Gades destroys this town, which will include you, Sir Gades. Is everything clear?
Perfectly.
Thank you for the donation, Hades.
We have a $25 donation from Zenitario with no comment, but thank you so much for that donation. We have a $25 donation from Mechalink from a fellow Legend of Mana runner. I watched puwexil practice this most Sundays because it was a nice time for a game I enjoy with an incredibly strong finish to end the night. Not this year, not there this year, but maybe next year we'll all be ready for virtual Hydralive once more. I don't know that anybody is ever ready for virtual Hydralive, but it's always a good time.
I am always ready for virtual Hydralive.
Okay, Dragondarch is always ready for virtual Hydralive.
Thanks, Mecca.
We've got a $10 donation from Mutated Scott with no comment, but thank you so much. We have a $20 donation from Denki Kang that says, thank you to Nami for continuing to do amazing work and RPGLB for supporting an important cause. Mental health continues to be more important than ever. I want to remember family members, Evan and Lexi, who are no longer here. We all miss you both. We have a $10 donation from Cosmic the Dolphin. Says, good luck, puwexil. Maybe one day I'll get things arranged to get back to RPGLB in person again.
Thanks, Cosmic.
But this current event is helping me get through work perfectly on a slow day. We also have a $50 donation from Music Makes It. Says, thank you, puwexil, for reigniting my love for Lufia 2.
Oh, thank you.
Best of luck with the run.
All right, so in addition to getting married, we also become a parent here, too. It's about a year time jump or so between defeating Gades and when the story continues, where Maxim and Salon have a son named Gyros, who has now been kidnapped by Idura, who is apparently still up to no good, even though we seemingly defeated his boss, Gades, the other one. So we're gonna go head off to a lighthouse nearby to rescue Gyros.
Come on, Cores.
Yeah, I'm not going for it here just because of less characters, but yeah, could still happen. Okay, so yeah,
Do a little dance.
goblins have kind of weird AI, and they usually leave me alone, but not always. Okay, I like to call this the Super Mario Brothers 3 puzzle.
Every time you make a mistake there, one of the spikes disappears, and the enemies will be that much closer to coming out. So if you mess up 4 times, the enemies come out, and then you can fight them. You could also reset the room, because at that point you know some of the combinations. But the puzzle is not random. It's always the same every time.
Yeah, and the solution I use for it is kind of optimized both around solving it fast, but also ending on the west side of the room, just because that's where you need to go next. Very important not to aggro that horse, because it might block the door I need to come back through if that happens. This dungeon is kind of scary, too, because you only have 2 characters, and because of that, that means Salon is always going to be in the front row if you get into fights, and she can die very, very fast to really anything in this tower.
And this is another puzzle where luckily it's always the same.
Yeah, if you actually had to like try to follow the different colored tiles around that shuffle, that would be kind of rough.
There's a teleporter in there that you could use to get back down to the ground floor, but it's actually just faster to use the escape spell and leave the dungeon entirely.
Yeah, because we're going to a completely different part of it now, so even though escaping resets puzzles and stuff, that just doesn't matter. There's a couple dungeons where we do that if you're getting the key. Oops, that's this one. Alright, so there's only one item we're going to pick up in here, which is a jewel called the Bee Rock. It's a very nice jewel for getting extra agility, and it also has a nice IP ability that can paralyze certain enemies. And we're going to equip that immediately, just so that with the gear we have on, kind of in particular the Phasa shield that Maxim has, and then the B-Rock on Salon, then both of them are faster than the boss.
Yeah, this is one of the instances where the boss is actually kind of slow. No, when you fight him again later on, he's much faster.
This enemy is really sneaky too, in that it's hiding in the marquee for the floor, basically. When I was learning the run, I would bonk into that enemy really frequently. Alright, and with that we find Gyros, who's still being threatened by Idura.
Luckily, our friendly neighborhood Iris comes to get him.
Yep.
So this is another fight where the Cold Rapier that we picked up way back in the Treasure Sword Shrine is going to come in handy, because Idura is actually weak to ice, and you can do a lot of damage in a hurry. Unfortunately, he also summons companions that we don't want to see.
And this is why I've got the flash spell for Maxim too, just because those companions are really, really it's like pretty much the most dangerous kind of companion in the whole game, actually, because if one of those if one of them actually gets an attack off, it can one-shot Salon, even from max health with the extra armor I got her, so they need to die immediately. The optimal way to do it is to use Salon's Thunder Ring IP to one-shot them, but she needs IP in order to...
It's fine. He's just giving you extra experience.
Yep.
He just really needs a buddy right now. He's scared of you.
A really subtle mechanic that with these bosses that summon goons too is that it's random which row the goo gets put into, and if the goon goes to the front row, that will quietly shift the boss into the back row, and that's okay. Finally,
There
that can matter on some bosses.
I was gonna say, I see what his strategy is here. He's just gonna run you out of MP, and then you can't kill his companions.
Hey, a potentially helpful flash assist.
Yeah.
Well, back to business as usual, but now I can actually show off the faster way to do it. Flash is trying.
He's trying his best.
Idura only has 1500 HP too, which is not a lot. So I mean, a really fast Idura fight involves getting the IP with the Cold Rapier off from Maxim. Like he died.
Yeah, this fight under the right conditions, under like manipulated conditions, in some cases it's actually better to give the Cold Rapier to Salon. She can actually equip that, and because she generates IP a lot faster than Maxim due to having less HP, you can actually put off a lot of damage with her. And this fight, if done optimally, can actually be like 2 rounds, and that's it.
I was expecting him to die to that, but you know, I really haven't gotten to attack that much. I think he should die to this though. Yep, continuing the trend of the boss dying before the
I mean, the follower
boss, yeah.
the follower really is the boss here. You got a magic fruit.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was certainly a boss fight. I think that might be a new quote-unquote PB for the most number of goons I've had to kill on one of the Idura fights.
But now you can reward your capsule.
Yeah,
monster
about to
with
say,
that fruit.
yeah, exactly. That was going to be one of my first orders of business, was to give Flash a nice snack for helping me out there.
Yeah, it healed Salon for you.
It did. It gave the assist.
Yep. All right, so then, yeah, we're kind of deciding at this point that even though, I mean, we have a family now to worry about, we're still, and we know that there isn't really world peace at this point, that Idura is still on the loose, and whoever Idura's master is still alive too, so we're going to go leave Gyros with Salon's aunt, I think that is, and then I kind of forget how you're told where to go next, basically, but yeah, we're just going back to Bound Kingdom and then going to the shrine we normally couldn't get through past Ancient Tower.
You aren't told to my
okay.
correctly.
Hey, look who we run into.
Yep. We get some really good dialogue here, by the way, too. Let's see, where is it? My love is my sword. If you ask me, you should stay away from thoughts like that. Yeah, I think, yeah, it goes back to just how, yeah, even though there are a couple issues here and there with the English localization for this game, it's, yeah, the dialogue is really, really well done compared to other games of the time. So getting Maxim and Salon out of the front row ASAP there. And we got a pretty big shopping segment here where we're just kind of unloading a lot of stuff that we don't need anymore.
Yeah, and alternately, like if you don't need to sell all your equipment like you're doing a casual run, that's actually how you level up the capsule monsters, is by feeding them all that stuff.
Yeah, they like equipment. They tend to like weapons more than they like armor.
Yeah, because the capsule menu here lets you change or rename capsule monsters if you have. And yeah, let's give Flash a nice little snack here.
Good job.
Because yeah, capsule monsters have regular levels too, but you can evolve them by feeding them to completely fill that bar there, and then they evolve into new forms that have better abilities. All right, so then story-wise too, this is a place where we actually don't have to do anything in town in order to be able to get to the dungeon and the boss. So what's at here is that we want to get a ship basically to be able to cross the sea to chase down Idura, I guess. I'm kind of or just continue our journey, and then in order to build a ship strong enough to do what we need not just any wood will do, but we need wood from what in this translation is called the phantom tree. I think it's the fabled tree is what it's called in the retranslation patch.
Yeah, Phantom's close to fabled.
Yeah.
It's basically the same word.
And we're going off chase. We're also going kind of in pursuit of the guy who's going to build us our ship to Jayad.
Those bees are scary.
Yeah,
They have
yeah,
very, very random movement, and they move like 3 tiles whenever they do decide to move.
yeah, and they're very fast, and they have AOE attacks. So I'm doing this reset here both to backtrack faster, but also to respawn these enemies here. Although I think that was actually a bit of a worse position there for that flower at least. But it's fairly common in my runs at least that one of those enemies is really close to the door at the end, and then just using reset will get it away. Now we get a tool that I really, really wish was more useful than it is. There's the fire arrow just does everything the normal arrow can, and some very specific puzzles require it. Yeah, you move very fast in this game too, and I'm kind of trying to cut it as tight as I can as far as stopping to stun enemies, to like also minimize the amount of time the arrow flies across the screen and stuff. But sometimes that bites me if I kind of don't release the button a few frames too late and then bonk right into the enemy.
Okay, make sure you're going to use the fire arrow here at least, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
To use the reset glitch there too to make it so I don't actually have to put stuff on both of the switches. You're basically playing Snake here, effectively. You can't step on the same tile twice. Figuring out to move the pots like that is not really super easy for a lot of people too, myself definitely included.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so then we have a hookshot maze here. Definitely getting our Link to the Past on, and we definitely got to respect this bee. I've had numerous practice runs where I don't respect that bee enough, and then it kills Maxim and Salon, and then I'm in a world of hurt for the boss because they have no IP. This is another puzzle that's kind of mostly dependent on enemy movement, but that one's not really that bad compared to especially the Monster Foot Race.
Monster Foot Race is
Yeah.
kind of special.
Yeah. But,
I was pretty surprised how quickly that one went.
Yeah, we didn't have time to describe it.
yeah. I mean, it was what, 3 moves, 3 teleports?
Yeah,
Yeah.
So, I think,
teleports.
yeah. All right, decently clean Phantom Tree Mountain. I guess other than messing up the bush growing puzzle room a little bit. The main thing is just not getting into unwanted fights, just because those are really bad here. Oops. All right, then we get some surprise teleporting lions for our boss fight here.
And by lions, we do mean 2 of them, and these do hit very hard.
I forgot to buy spells, actually. Oops.
Yep,
Well,
no blizzard.
Yeah, well, we can still deal with this, but no stronger kind of hurts too. Well, and I don't have enough IP for immobilize. I'll have to turtle a bit. That can one-shot her too, depending on the damage roll.
Oh, you tried.
Yeah. I'll be able to try. Yeah, because the really most important thing about this fight is trying to get a chance to use the B-Rock IP to try to paralyze one or both of the lions.
That's also something you don't want to see a lot of.
Yeah. Could really go for a flash assist right about now.
Good job, Flash.
Yay.
All right, so hopefully both of them are paralyzed. Even one of them getting paralyzed makes a difference, though. And I got the one of them.
You got the one that you haven't damaged
Yeah.
yet, which is actually really good.
Yeah. So I'm just going to keep playing it safe here. Because because yeah, I should have the strong spell at this point too, which is like almost double strength effectively for healing.
Along with Blizzard, which these happen to be weak to ice, which is why we're throwing ice balls at them. They also only have 1,000 HP, so they're not that hard to take out. And Maxim with the cold rapier here actually can do quite a bit of damage. Well, if you'd battle lusted him, he would have.
Yeah.
He tried.
Yeah, I guess I've never really looked into if using Battle Lust is better than just using an ice ball, an extra ice ball instead.
Probably about the same, if I had to guess.
All right, so should die. The lions have 1,000 HP each, so yeah, as long as you're not just having to struggle to stay alive, basically, because both of them are getting attacks, then they die pretty fast. Okay, so despite my oopsie with forgetting to buy spells and Ellen, that went about as well as it could have.
Congratulations, you found the Phantom Tree.
Yep, and now how do we get a tree back to town from the top of a mountain is fortunately something we don't have to figure out.
Clearly, you just warp it back. Also, I would like to point out both Guy and Dakar are standing on the railing.
Not the best warp location.
I mean, we can warp 2 towns. We never said it was accurate on where it would put us in town.
Yeah. I've never noticed that before, actually, but now I'll never be able to unsee that.
You're welcome.
Just like me never noticing that menu text glitch until last night.
All right, so let's fix that mistake right now.
Thankfully, you still have the 2 characters that can equip magic.
I mean, I don't even really need stronger for Maxim anymore, but it's part of the route, so I'll just get it.
It's a good safety.
Because the main reason I get is for the lions specifically. All right, so then in order to progress the story at this point, you need to stay at the inn twice, which last time I played casually it took me a while to figure out how to actually get the ship.
Yeah, they don't really tell you outright that you can do this. Also, fun little fact, if you don't have enough gold to stay at an inn, you can just stay for free. They don't take your money. They take your money if you have enough money. They don't take it if you don't.
Does the dialogue change at all?
No.
Okay. We got this kind of macho rivalry going on, too, between Guy and Dakar, which is a lot of fun. Ooh, ancient cave, huh?
That's the real game, right?
Yeah, but this whole thing right here is the DLC campaign for the Ancient Cave, as I call it, because the Ancient Cave, people not familiar with this game, it's a roguelike randomizer built into the game. It's a really expansive and really difficult side quest. And you can play the Ancient Cave independently of the main game too once you've beaten both New Game and New Game Plus. And then for speedrunning, doing speedruns of the Ancient Cave specifically is much more popular than the main story for a variety of reasons. But also, by the way, I have a public service announcement here. Once you're hooked on the Ancient Cave, you're stuck in this city for a long time.
I believe El Magus has never left the city.
No. But
when I first got to it, I probably spent about 20 hours in game playing the Ancient Cave, and I was like, I should probably beat the rest of the game.
I mean, the last time I played casually, I wanted to beat the cave because I never could as a kid, so I just got up until the last point you have Dakar, and then it was a while before I continued the story.
Unfortunately, their best chance of beating the cave is having Dakar in the party. You want to do it before he leaves. For gift mode, you can pick whatever characters you want, except you have to have Maxim. For this, it's based on whoever you have at that moment. So you really want to do it before you lose Dakar.
Yep, and then aside from having fun, too, we don't actually ever have to go to Gruberik, the island where the ancient cave is, for story reasons, but we're going there because that's our first opportunity to buy sleep balls, which are a consumable combat item that's 100% guaranteed sleep to anything that's not immune to sleep. So even though it's about maybe a minute or so of detouring to go to Gruberik to buy the sleep balls, that in almost every situation, that pays for itself and more over the next couple boss fights.
Yeah, because in this game, unlike a lot of other RPGs where, this is a boss, it's immune to all status ailments. In this game, bosses actually are immune to status, are not always immune to status ailments.
Yeah, like we just saw with the lions, the fact that I was able to paralyze the one that I hadn't hurt yet made a really, really big difference.
Yeah, and then an earlier Regal Goblin is actually vulnerable to sleep, and you can, if you get lucky enough, it just stays asleep the whole fight.
Mm-hmm.
So knowing which bosses you can put status ailments on actually is very, very, very powerful.
Mm-hmm. I like how the save location for Phantom Tree Mountain is just Fant. Made a shout out to Fant TV, one of our staff members or something. All right, so then just because Guy and Dakar did officially leave the party briefly while they were partying it up in Allen, I do have to shuffle them around again to keep Maxim and Salon out of the front row. All right, so now we've got the Tower of Sacrifice. This is a very, very rough dungeon, in particular just because of those teleporting wizards.
The overworld there is actually also really pretty nasty too, because those bees that we were trying to avoid in the last dungeon, those are random encounters now outside, and you don't want to get them at all.
Mm-hmm. So again, I'm doing stutter stepping here just to give myself more time to react if one of the wizards teleports right next to me. It's kind of the idea here is that if you you're meant to go through that door and then see that you can bomb that wall, because if you step between the statues, it blocks off the exit. That was close. These samurai here have kind of interesting AI too, in that they kind of, every step of movement, they alternate between moving randomly and moving towards you. Yeah, and then I timed it out here too, that doing this is actually just a hair faster than just blowing the whole wall and then using reset to get back. That's a little detour I'm making too, because something we haven't really talked about yet is elemental rings. We got the thunder ring earlier, and we just got the ice ring. And if you equip the ring of the element, it boosts damage from spells of that element. So just swapping some stuff around there to basically make Maxim faster and make Salon smarter, along with giving Salon the ice ring for better blizzard damage now that I have the blizzard spell that I was supposed to get before the lions.
That's not a good spot for him.
Nope.
No. All right, so then in this puzzle room here, there's actually an exploit I can do to completely skip it, like that, where I just a really, really precise series of movements. I'm setting a bomb to go off when I'm going up against a statue that would normally push me away from it, and then the bomb explosion just overrides the statue. Because again, this run is not glitchless, it's no major glitches, so I mean, well, there's only 2 glitches that are considered major glitches by the community, which are wrong warps, effectively, that let you skip very significant portions of the game, as we'll be seeing after the run, thanks to the true any % incentive getting met. There's a really big glitch with the menu system that, in addition to wrong warping, you can also corrupt your stats and inventory with, and do some other wacky things. And then there's also a somewhat more recently discovered glitch that you can use to skip the last couple dungeons. But glitches and exploits that skip like single rooms or like pieces of dungeons or something are allowed in no major glitches runs.
Rafts.
Rafts, yep. We had an interesting conversation last night about how some of these, we feel bad for the monsters that work in this tower as far as like having to
Solve all the puzzles
solve all
every
these
time.
puzzles. Like that room looks like it's just kind of there to force getting exercise, basically, with having to jog back and forth. And then we got a really, really amazing cutscene here. Where, because anyway, the story point beat here is that Idura was kidnapping young women from the nearby town of Narcissus to try to use their blood as a sacrifice to resurrect Hades. And we obviously don't want that, so we corner him at the top of the tower and kind of find out that he has a magic cage, basically, that can block the escape spell, because they actually thought of that, it being a video game and all. But Dakar, I love that sound effect too. that dissonant piano sound. Kind of falls for the trap, too. There's a pretty infamous moment in the Lufia speedrun community where a good runner by the name of Voltas had his game crash on this cutscene during a text box that's about to come up here. I'll let it speak for itself in just a second here. The game's over.
Here.
Here.
It froze on here.
On here, yeah.
It's like, well,
You're not wrong.
world record.
Yeah.
Game's
Yep,
over.
yep.
I won.
All right, so the second and third fights with Idura are much, much easier than the first one, and both because you have a full party, but also because we have access to sleep balls now. So I spend the first turn having Maxim use the Phasa Shield IP Fleet in order to buff his agility so that he's faster than Idura, combined with some other equipment changes I made. And now I'm able to get a sleep ball off, which is again guaranteed sleep to anything that's not immune to it. So at this point now, Idura only gets one attack off basically the whole fight, assuming I pay attention to when he's awake or not, which is something that actually takes a little bit of knowledge too. So let's see here. Once the turn ends, because enemy bosses are normally enemies in this game are normally kind of wiggling around with their sprites when you're on the inputs for the turn menus. Bosses are normally stationary, but if a boss is asleep, it'll be kind of moving up and down. So that's your cue, because the game doesn't always tell you when a sleeping enemy wakes up, just because it can either there we go, because
That's how I sleep too.
Yep.
Just bobbing up and down.
Because when something's asleep, it can either naturally wake up at the end of a turn or taking damage. I think just from physical sources can also wake it up. And if the damage effect wakes it up, there's no message or anything. All right, so that was pretty good. I mean, even though Idura only gets one turn, he can waste a bit of my time if he calls a goon during that turn.
Surprise, surprise.
Yep. Maybe he ran out after that first fight. That'd be nice.
No, that last goon he summoned was actually the real boss.
Yep. I like how that's becoming a running theme for this run too. For a lot of the bosses.
true bosses.
Okay. All right. So then we.
My love is my sword.
Yeah, I skipped over that a little too fast, but yeah. So we rescue the kidnapped ladies and send them back to Narcissus. Even though the dialogue tells us to go there, we actually don't have to. We can just head on straight to the Karloon Shrine, which is the next dungeon.
The girls got back there just fine.
Yep.
They walk through these bee-infested fields. They are perfectly fine.
All right, so since it's been a little bit, how about if we have a few words from our host while we're heading on to the next dungeon?
Well, sure thing. We have a $10 donation from Hades. Hades here, just trying to prepare for the Kingdom Hearts 2 run, but I keep getting distracted every time the runners say Gades.
I thought that was your brother.
Oh well, I'm sure I'll be able to beat Sora, no problem. Thanks for the great run. And speaking of that Kingdom Hearts 2 run, we are 1161 away from meeting the incentive to fight the Lingering Will Super Boss. So it is happening a little later on tonight. So if you do want to make that incentive and have our runner defeat the Lingering Will Super Boss, you can definitely put your donations towards that.
By the way, I've got a really good feeling about this next chest. I think this might have something good in it. Oh!
This is where he left his sword.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wonder why he was here to begin with.
His love.
Yep.
It's here.
Yeah, so
That's why he's been sticking with us.
Yep.
He knew.
Yeah, there's totally no foreshadowing at all, by the way, that we have Dakar boasting about his combat abilities in the last few cutscenes, and then we find a sword that's named after him in this dungeon. But yeah, the reason why I was kind of memeing with that was that if you run the Ancient Cave and are trying to, well, just finish it at all, much less fast, you really want that sword, because it's got arguably the best IP attack in the whole game, called Fatal Blow, which is it has a little bit of random variance on it, but it basically takes off half of the target's current HP with a bit of variance.
Yeah, and considering the jelly at the end of the ancient cave has 9,980 HP, you kind of want to do, you know, almost 5k damage.
Doing a really, really specific series of movements and bomb placements here in order to keep this teleporting skull locked down.
Note that teleporting enemies actually can teleport between rooms if they want. They're the only enemies that can do that.
There was no way to get out of that room, by the way, too. All right, so now we have our third and final showdown with Idura, and thanks to Dakar having gotten full IP, actually all the way back on the Gades fight, this is going to be nice and fast, unless, well, I'll probably jinx myself, but... Okay, good, because he has a confuse attack he can sometimes use that can mess to... Aw. Alright, so just who here likes to see big numbers in RPGs? Because that's what we're about to see here.
Good hit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good hit. That was more than half of his HP because he has 3,500.
Yep. Alright, so it's kind of the same general idea as the last fight where we buff up Maxim's agility enough so that he outspeeds him and then puts him to sleep at the start of every turn, but thanks to the fatal blow, it's much, much shorter of a fight. Like he should be dead next turn, and he's still asleep too. And see ya. But like several antagonists in this game, Idura has a trick up his sleeve in that he's kind of trapped us in this shrine with no teleporter to get out, at least that we know about yet, and the escape spell is blocked.
And it was a load-bearing boss.
Yep, and yeah, the shrine's about to collapse too. I also just de-equipped Dakar just no particular reason.
Nope.
I just don't really trust him with some of my stuff.
I mean, I wouldn't either. We'll hold on to his love for him.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll make sure it's safe.
And here I'm just setting off a bomb chain. I'm doing more bombs than I need to just to get all the animations going together instead of having to wait for each pillar to collapse. I like how the sprite for the wolves here are just these cute little purple puppies. They're like bloodthirsty Dobermans, I think. That their actual monster sprite looks like. Got a nice bit of dialogue here, by the way, coming up too. It's a wild way of doing it, but the blockage seems to be gone. But Dakar finally gets humbled, and unfortunately, we're not able to take him with us. Also, if you're doing a run with manipulation, this cutscene plays havoc on your RNG seed, because what is it, every frame the RNG is changing while the explosion is going
Yeah,
off.
it's trying to determine where the explosions are going to appear, plus a little bit with the animations. And if it wouldn't be so bad if all the text boxes were like longer, because you can. I mean, we haven't actually mentioned that, where you can alternate between A and L, and as long as you're holding the button before the text box finishes, it will automatically advance on the first frame possible. With that cutscene, there's a couple of text boxes that are only a couple letters long, and text displays at one letter per frame. So you only have a very short window to actually get that one to advance correctly, and if you miss it by even one frame, your RNG is going to be off at this point, and it's awful.
Yeah. There are ways to get back on, actually, involving stepping on save points and not actually saving the game. But even with that ability, getting through that shrine without having to do it would be faster. All right, so then kind of the next leg of the story is that we want to get our own kind of real ship, not just the ferry that we used to cross the ocean before. So. And in order to kind of have our own ship that lets us go wherever we want, we're going to need an engine to power it. And like, there's only one person in the whole world that can actually make engines, and that's a very eccentric inventor by the name of Lexus Shia, who we're going to go going to go pay a visit to. From when we stepped on the heel tiles before the save point in Karloon's Shrine, that's also starting a segment of the run where we have to use a lot of MP with Salon to warp out of places and to warp around the overworld. So because actually I've lost track of where I was. Okay, I guess we get to get acquainted with Lexus being a prankster here, but. Anyway, so if I need to do out of battle healing during the next kind of 20-ish minutes, or maybe a little more than that actually, of the run, I will have Maxim use it instead of Salon, just because Salon needs to do a lot of warping. I'm Gades. All right, so we're meeting Lexus here, who's pretty quickly agrees to help us, but needs some time to work on the engine and some various other help. And then we also get a nice little Akira Toriyama reference to, like, shout-outs to Drumboardist's Dragon Ball run the other day, where we get to read our power levels through the Kaimograph here. And while that's all going on, I guess, what have you got for us, RPGC?
Well, I have a $10 donation from Zegpie that says, "This was one of the games I loved the most during the SNES era, even though I could never beat the ancient slime. Good luck and have a great run. Greetings from Chile." I have a $5 donation from Vaughn, and I apologize because I do not speak German, but I'll do the best I can. It says, "Ja, hallo, puwexil.
Yeah, hello.
We Gades dir, and good luck with the rest of the run."
How do you say thanks again in German?
Danke?
Dankeschön.
We have a $50 donation from Matt. It says, "Puwexil is one of my all-time favorite speedrunners,
Oh, thank you.
and I love everything he's done for the community and for Nami. Good luck, Gades."
Wait, which one?
Yes.
Yes, exactly. And a $20 donation from Argent with an R that says, "Mental health issues have been a part of my family for generations. Thank you everyone at RPGLB for hosting this for a great cause. Thanks to the donors for their generous backing. Thanks to Puwexil for all the runs on favorite RPGs. Your runs introduced marathons to me and filled my heart.
Oh, thanks, Argent.
Best of luck to Runner's Choice."
All right, so yeah, again, just a fair bit of moving around and backtracking we need to do at this point to remember which house to go into. So Lexus is going to be able to make an engine for us, but we need Jayad to build us another Phantom Tree ship to use the engine. Because I guess the ship he built before just isn't the right size or something like that.
It's just a ferry. He can't. He has no control over it.
So it's going to take Jayad a little time to finish building the ship and Lexus to get the engine there. So let's go do something else right now. Flowers, 1 gil. This is where we find out that not only did Squaresoft kind of rip off the concept of IP to make limit breaks in Final Fantasy VII 2 years later, they also kind of borrowed this character, Lufia, to make Aerith. So this next story beat here really kind of, to me, has kind of the trappings of a side quest more than a story quest, because we're just, we realize that Lufia is very poor and is kind of struggling to get by just by selling flowers. So we're going to help her out by going to a nearby mountain to find a really rare and beautiful flower to give to her. I guess she likes flowers so much we actually have to cast Drowsy to put her to sleep so that she takes it easy while we're off getting the flower.
That only has a 40% chance to hit, though. You should use a sleep ball.
Yeah, if only the Drowsy spell was that effective against Regal Goblin. But yeah, this dungeon. Well, I mean, the boss itself is going to be pretty trivial because of the sleep balls. But if you were fighting it fair and square and fighting the regular encounters, this is where not having Dakar anymore really stings too, because you're down to 3 characters.
This is actually another situation where manipulated runs will not go to Gruberik to buy sleep balls, because for a lot of these bosses, you don't want them asleep. You actually want them doing damage and keeping your IP up, and the fights end up being a lot faster. But when you don't know what the bosses are going to do, you kind of want to just not have to deal with any of that. Also, we just got better bombs.
Yep. Yeah, the hammer is our final tool, and it's it can do almost everything bombs can do, with a few exceptions. And it's a lot faster because you don't have to wait for the I think it's 6 steps, either 5 or 6 steps for the explosion to happen. And you can stun enemies, although the range is kind of short, and you can use it while moving too, which is nice for some micro optimizations. And that also powers actually the second major glitch that's banned in this category too, because there's one place where you can use the hammer while moving to clip through an event tile, and then some pretty wacky stuff happens. Alright, so this is a fairly nasty room because of stuff like that.
But again, the sprite work, so adorable.
Got these cute little garden gnomes here. I'm just glad it wasn't an ambush. Again, having Maxim handle healing just because Salon needs to preserve magic.
Yeah, that's a very important weapon for the upcoming section. We had the Fire Dagger earlier, which is really good, but its attack power is limited because of how early we got it, whereas that Burn Sword actually has a lot of attack power. It doesn't have the same good IP that the Fire Dagger had, but the sheer attack power just makes up for it.
Yeah, and we will be using the IP on the soldiers fight later on too. And the Lion Fang that we picked up in Karloon Shrine is just nice for just extra strength, basically. That'll just be going on whoever our main fighter is at the time. So in a normal speedrun, I would make a little bit of a detour into that room up there to do another snake-style puzzle to get a weapon called the Flying Axe, which is a fun name for a weapon, but it's called the Flying Axe because it's effective against flying enemies, and there's a boss later on that
it's sitting on the ground, but it still counts as flying.
But because the incentive for the world's most difficult trick got met, one of the rewards for solving the world's most difficult trick is actually an even better weapon for that same boss. So I'm just going to skip the Flying Axe and get the Lizard Blow instead.
This room is awful.
Yeah, I actually game overed in that room a few months ago. Right, and then we find out that the flowers bite here. It's a sleep ball.
And we also find out that flowers can be put to sleep.
Yep. I am a little sad though that as awful as this boss is, if you fight it legitimately, it does have a really fun attack name called Sneeze Spreader. So just because like I've had a few practice sessions where I forget to equip.
Nice crit.
Yeah.
Where I forget to equip Guy before this fight, and he does like 100 damage, if even that. And then with the Burn Sword plus the Lion Fang and stuff, and some Battle Lusting, he's really wrecking this boss. And just go ahead.
This only has 3,000 HP as well, which is the same as Gades from earlier. This is kind of the point in the game where the bosses don't really increase in HP by very much, and in some cases actually lose HP.
Yeah.
So this stretch here, the bosses aren't really that bad.
The random encounters are much worse.
Yeah, way worse. The game is like the game's really hard at the beginning, and then the mid game's kind of fairly easy, and then the late game it varies from boss to boss.
All right, so then I also could have cast the Fireball spell a few times with Salon, but the animation time isn't really worth it. We just basically buff up Guy and then just have him solo the Rogue Flower. All right, so then we get another throwback reference to the first Lufia game, because the character Lufia from the first game also loves flowers, and her favorite flower is the Prefea. So this is basically the origin story for Prefea flowers.
I'd like to point out you can still see your characters on the screen. They just walk barely outside to keep listening.
Yep. So yeah, again, even though that kind of feels more like a side quest than a story quest, you do have to go to finish Flower Mountain and defeat Rogue Flower in order to have the ship finish getting built.
Yeah, you were just passing. You were just killing time, basically.
We get this weird exchange here too, where Jayed demands Lexus to give him his lab in return for the ship, and he's like, "Okay,
take it."
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
I have other labs.
Yep.
So now Lexus actually joins, and he's just kind of here to fill the spot until we get our final party member. Lexus is pretty average in most stats, except for intelligence. He does have the single highest intelligence of any character in the game.
Well, it's very on brand. Then this is where we get our ship too. The encounter rate when you're on the ship is, I believe, half the normal overworld. So I do the menu cancels less frequently there. Another little thing too is that whenever you whenever you get on or off the ship, it also resets your step counter. So that's another optimization for avoiding overworld encounters. So you're pretty clearly expected to do a lot of exploration in this castle and talk to characters and stuff, just because the real story triggers for advancing the plot are pretty obtuse, because you have to talk to that specific NPC and then try to leave, and then actually leave. So kind of the story here too is that we are trying to broker a peace treaty between two kingdoms called Dankirk and Aurelio. And as part of the signing of the peace treaty, there's a ruby. It's called the ruby icon in this translation, but in the retranslation hack, it's called the ruby angel instead. And it's pretty obvious if you actually get a good look at the sprite to what it is. But again, didn't like religious references and 90s era Nintendo games. So after kind of talking to the right people, the ruby icon gets stolen. We don't really know by who yet, but in order to try to kind of keep the peace treaty from falling apart, we go back to our friend Jaffe, who owns the glass shop and can make items out of glass that actually look like rubies to make a replica of the ruby icon, which we're going to try to use to keep the peace process from floundering. Probably squeeze in a few donations or other words too. We're wrapping up the cutscenes here.
Sure thing. We do have some bid wars coming up in the next couple of runs, so I just wanted to keep y'all appraised of that. So for the Ultima run that is coming up after this one, you can choose whether we're going to take the female or the male pro tag. Right now, the female is in the lead, $140 to $10. You can also name that hero. Kiko is in the lead with $15, and Lena is in second place with $5. And then the run after that, which is going to be Ultima 7, you can also name that main character. And right now, Kiko is also in the lead for that game as well at $65. Nista in second place with $50, and Steve in third place with $10. And then after that, we have the Elder Scrolls 3. And the naming character bid war going on is Mega Man in first place with $100, My Dude in second place with $35, Quasar with $20, and Potato with $15. So there is still a good amount of time left to either snipe any of these, put your favorite in the lead, or extend the lead of those that already have it.
All right, so we are now entering Dankirk North Cave, which is, I'm pretty sure, the longest dungeon in the whole game. Like, it has the kind of the feelings of being almost two dungeons stapled together, because when we get about halfway through, the enemy set changes in a pretty big way.
Yeah, there's a couple of enemies in here that are really dangerous.
Oh yes. I mean, we're at the point where really everything is dangerous, with a couple exceptions, but there's some here that are really, really dangerous. So for the first half of Dankirk North Cave, we are our goal is to flip 4 crystal switches to, as it's elegantly translated as, the pile of needles that is blocking the stairs to the second half gets all fully lowered. Here we get to have our friend Flower take care of pressing this switch for us. Thank you. And this part here can be rough sometimes, depending on what that siren does exactly. Yeah, like there, it's leaving me alone. Nice, but sometimes it can kind of camp out in front of the wall. And unfortunately, you can't use the hammer on that wall. You do specifically have to use bombs, and you have to do 3 of them. For the second bomb, I set off a chain in order to kind of cut down on the number of steps I needed to take to finish that section. But kind of how effective that is often comes down to what the siren does.
And that one, we just needed to hide from that eye.
Yeah. I'll hit that switch on my way back. Never pass up an opportunity to shoot fire arrows. Because it's so rare for them to actually be legitimately needed, unfortunately. Get a Fury Ribbon, which is a helmet that will eventually be using to get confused. It's either confused or sleep protection. It's one of those. Confused, I'm pretty sure. So we're going to kind of cross back and forth between dimensions in a way to both get the key and then also hit one of the crystal switches.
Clearly, this is just like a basement.
Yep.
It just looks the same. They also weren't very creative with the key names in this game.
Yeah, some of them though. I mean, when the new open world randomizer came out, some of the names for the keys though, like the trial key or the cloud key or stuff like that, aren't really like super obvious which dungeon they correspond to. So if you're randomizing where the keys actually are, then that can take a bit of work. If you do forget though, you can actually look in your key item inventory, and it'll just tell you what fairly good hints on what key items do exactly.
You get really lucky in that room that Crab will actually stay at the beginning of it, and you can just run down the hallway. But that's
I
very
have literally
rare.
never seen that across dozens of runs.
I have seen it exactly once.
Yeah.
These ninjas. These are not an enemy you want to mess with.
No, not at all. There's a much worse version of them in a future dungeon too.
Yeah, the assassin.
Assassins, yeah.
They assassinate your shins.
As nasty as because they're nasty in particular because they have a death proc ability called Terminal Blow, but they do not, and they're just very fast too. But they do not have any randomness to their movement. So this fight is completely unavoidable, and realistically, we're gonna have to fight a couple more sets of these shadows later on too, unless I get massively lucky. So this is Lexus's big shining moment in the speedrun too, because there's a weapon called the Figuroo. I'm not really sure what that's supposed to be exactly, but it's a weapon for Lexus that has a natural AoE attack on all enemies, and then by giving him the Undead Ring, which makes it do holy elemental damage and just some other stuff to just kind of boost his stats as much as I can within reason. He's able to two-shot those shadows, basically, sometimes needing a little help from Guy if one of them is in the back row. There's a room coming up shortly where there's just a lot more of them, and it's not very common to get through without having to fight at least usually like 2 more of them or so.
They like to make you point arrows at things in this
Yeah.
game.
And this ninja's slightly different AI.
There are invisible barriers that those ninjas actually cannot cross, thankfully. This room, oh my god.
Yeah.
In manipulated runs, you can literally just get them out of the way. This is just, it's not fun.
No. Yeah, Yeah, but yeah, I mean, in most unmanipulated runs, you're generally looking at having to fight like 2 or 3 sets of these to get to the far side. I have had a couple very, very lucky runs that have gotten 0, but I can count those on one hand. Go Flash, go. Oh.
Oh.
The Shadow did not want any part of that. Looks like I'm probably gonna have to fight this one too, yep.
Yeah, that one's very common to have to fight. Unless you get really lucky with it getting stuck over on that right side.
Yeah, we're on the little platform below the door too, where I can stun it.
Mm-hmm.
It moves on to that. Well, despite having to fight 3 sets of those, I'm glad that we never saw the dangerous thing that they can do, which is a death spell. It's not super likely to work, but it can.
Actually, another thing about it, you really are correct with this being 2 dungeons stapled together, because there's 2 save points in here.
Mm-hmm. All right, so then after all of we went through to get here, the boss at the end of Dankirk North Cave is actually generally a joke under most circumstances, unless I just have really bad IP going into it because of like deaths to encounters or something. I love all the dialogue here too. The magical wife, magical salon.
That's a really stupid name.
If it was stupid, why did she say it?
I thought Guy was the one saying it.
Oh, that's right, he was.
So this is a 1-turn fight, especially if I have enough IP for Guy to use the Burn Sword IP, Firestorm. So Maxim can go first, so I use the B-Rock IP to try to paralyze as many of them as I can, and then basically just finish them off with AoE effect stuff. They only have 400 health each, so yeah, that was a pretty clean fight. I think 3 of them got paralyzed. Oh, and yeah, and then the whole idea, too, is that this guy named James, I keep forgetting kind of who he is exactly, but I'll just assume he's the Chancellor of Dankirk, because Chancellors are always evil in SNES RPGs. That he was the one behind stealing the ruby icon, and he was trying to give it to a evil kingdom called Grazi nearby, and was trying to defect, basically, but
I don't know what that kingdom is. I only know of the 3Y kingdom.
Yes.
Yeah, apostrophe 3Y.
Apostrophe 3Y kingdom, yeah. We'll be going there soon enough. Then the game is nice enough to give you a storyline heal during this cutscene here. I don't even understand why exactly, because most of the other times you do, it's because of party changes. It's just a way to kind of protect against you having like an entirely dead party. But then kind of just the functional reason why we have to do this is that after Jayad brought the ship to meet us, that water gate I just sailed past got locked, and the people that can unlock it are at the peace treaty signing. So we have to we have to resolve that situation in order to get them to open the water gate and let us out of this kind of inner sea area where we're stuck right now.
Yeah, we literally don't do anything else here. We just walk in and talk to him and toodles.
Yeah.
Yep.
Please open that, thanks.
Yeah. All right, so then it does kind of feel at this point still that we're just kind of traveling around, just trying to help people that we meet. Like the whole plot line with the Sinistrals has been kind of on the back burner for a while, but I guess at this point it comes back a bit too, because we kind of know at this point that if we see red balls of light in the sky are the Sinistrals, and a red ball was seen landing on a tower to the northeast of here. And conveniently, we also find out that there's a contest going on, I believe, to win the hand of marriage of the princess of this kingdom, and the contest is to go find a precious jewel in that same tower. So we are going to try to help out one of the guards or something here named Hans, who's friends with the princess, to at least stop her from having to marry someone she doesn't want to. There's some very, very, very dangerous stuff in this tower, though, which is why I always want to grab a safety save before heading there.
The spells also at this point start costing a lot of money.
Yep.
But they're worth it.
Yeah.
They're very good spells.
Yeah, Champion is the second best healing spell in the game, and for the levels I'm at, pretty much every time I cast it, it's going to be just a full party heal. And then once I get to the healing tiles in that last place, Dankirk North Cave, then I can start just kind of liberally using magic with Salon again. That's the end of the segment where I need to be conservative with it. So this place is actually much shorter than the last dungeon. Like my split for this segment is usually only like about 6 minutes or so, including the cutscenes beforehand.
I definitely wonder who built all these towers around here.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Because I mean, what functional purpose does this
Yeah.
tower even really serve? I mean, the princess somehow snuck past all of these horrible ninjas here to hide a stone on the top floor, but I'm assuming the tower already existed by that point.
Yeah.
We should just replace Lexus with the princess.
Yes.
She's obviously better.
Yeah. All right, so that's 2 ninja rooms down here. The ninjas are worse versions of the assassins from the last dungeon. I don't believe ninjas have terminal blow, but they have knife thrower, which is an AoE strong physical attack, and if they just do regular attacks, they get 2 of them per turn. So it's very, very easy to just flat out party wipe if you get into a fight with those ninjas. This is another place too where it's faster to just warp out rather than backtrack, especially since you'd have to backtrack past some ninjas. Again, saving frames by using the hammer while moving whenever I can. Alright, so then this is a pretty fun room where there's a very fun minor glitch I'm going to be doing, which, by the way, whee!
Don't need any floors here.
Don't need floors where we're going. Credits to a Japanese runner named Akisu Nico for finding that particular setup for it, because that was a glitch where it was known for a very long time, but having like a really fast and consistent way to set it up was not until more recently. I don't fully understand it myself. It's just following that series of movements on the floaty platforms, then opening the menu at a certain point just totally breaks the collision detection for the pits. It's not, you can't go everywhere. Like there's still some tiles on the void that you can't cross, but especially if you want to get any of the chests in that room, and for me, the Misto Jewel, it saves time to do that, along with not having to actually remember the full solution to the floaty platforms. And then here we get introduced to another one of the Sinistrals by the name of Ammon. It kind of almost feels like they were setting up to have a repeat of your first encounter with Gades, where you have to fight him and he shows you what for, but no, he just knocks you away in the cutscene and then leaves. But then we finally find the treasure in the tower, which is just kind of an ordinary stone. Basically, it's not really a kind of a jewel at all in the conventional sense. But we're going to take it back to give to the princess anyway. Because I guess, yeah, one of the suitors of the princess was using Hans to try to get the jewel for him. And then I guess here, well, we basically find out that the pebble was a kind of a childhood heirloom from Hans and the princesses who grew up together, and it has sentimental value for the princess, and that makes it a jewel in her eyes, basically. So I guess while we're wrapping that up, why don't you say a few things, RPGC?
Well, sure thing. I've got $25 from Veggie that says, just want to say that puwexil is the greatest of all time.
Thank you.
He was Wayne Gretzky before Wayne Gretzky was Wayne Gretzky. Say that 3 times fast. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. And we've also got $20 from Dragonista. Always enjoy listening to puwexil's excellent speedrun explanations. Great marathon so far.
Thank you. All right, so then we get interrupted kind of when we think that all is well here, that the ball of red light was kind of went back to the northeast and then destroyed kind of a mountain villa city there called Ugurio. So even though we kind of already know that it's too late, we're going to go there anyway, just to survey the damage, I guess.
Well, you know, the ball might still be there.
Well, yeah, I guess.
We could go get our butts kicked
Yeah,
twice.
we could go get bopped again. Yeah. All right. So then, by the way, this is the one cross that failed to get censored out of the English version of the game too. But this is a little bit of a turning point in the story too, where we see this ruined city that Ammon destroyed, and we find Iris here, just kind of which we kind of witnessed firsthand too, that we just don't really have the strength to defeat this, kind of fully defeat the Sinistrals as is. But and also she tells us more about what they really are, which is that they're divine energy that take the form of kind of giant super beings like we see. And that in order to kind of really fight them on equal footing, we need to find a sword called the Dual Blade, which lets us amplify our own kind of spiritual or divine energy in ways that can challenge them. Get some not so subtle foreshadowing there, which, I mean, if you watch the prologue before the game, well, you kind of need to do that in order to kind of fully understand who Iris really is when the time comes too. But so anyway, now that that's out of the way, now we kind of head on to the next set of towns. This is something I didn't know until somewhat recently, but until you've advanced the story this far, you actually aren't allowed to buy stuff in the shops in these next towns.
Yep, nope. They're like, no, not yet.
Yep.
Come back later.
Yep. But now that we've done that, we're buying some items called terror balls, which are they're like sleep balls, only they do instant death instead of sleep, and they're also not guaranteed to work. It's 50-50, at least against the enemy I'm going to be using it on.
Also, Alexis has another lab.
Yep.
A bigger lab.
Bigger and better one. Yep.
One, yeah.
One with a crew, too.
Yeah, and a nice little moon pool here, too. So this is where we meet one of Lexus's, I guess, friends or like fellow inventors or something by the name of Kermo. And this town, Portravia, we're going to be coming back to a lot over the course of the rest of the run. It's kind of becomes a lot kind of our home base in a way too. So Lexus and Kermo want to remodel the Ixarian, our ship, to make it submersible. I forget if there's even a good reason why at this point why we need to do that, other than just to go more places. But
because we can.
Yeah, because we can. Yeah, but. Unfortunately, the plans for the sub, and apparently they have no backup copies of these plans, get stolen by a girl with pointy ears.
Do you know how hard it is printing up very specific plans like that in this age?
I mean, I remember Railcoon saying last night that the full notes for the Chrono Cross speedrun are 56 pages. So I mean, maybe I can definitely believe that.
Yeah, I'd like to think if they could build a submarine, they could at least maybe make a copier though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you saw how well the first engine worked.
True.
The copier probably blew up.
Don't they do that normally?
Yes. Along with most printers.
Yeah, so Lexus isn't gonna be around too much longer, pretty much just to the end of this dungeon. But for the boss, we do want him to have something on him that raises his agility so that he can outspeed the boss, and that's why I picked up that Misto Jewel. in the last cave, or tower, so that I can put something on Lexus that makes him faster that I won't miss because I won't be able to get whatever he has on him back after the fight.
Also, the puzzles in here are really annoying.
Yeah.
Those statues you saw him pushing earlier, if you step in front of one, it just kind of pushes you back and won't let you advance any farther. So the key here is you're trying to get the statues to face each other so you can just kind of walk past them. And this room's really irritating because they can still hit you off screen.
Yep, especially if you want to get all the treasure and stuff in here too. This takes a while to figure out.
Thankfully, we don't need all the treasure.
Yep.
And honestly, my casual playthrough, it took me a few minutes to realize in that first room that you could move the statues itself.
Yeah. Because I don't think there's hint tiles really too.
No.
You're just kind of supposed to do trial and error.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out a way to do it with just the one pillar. Then I was like, wait, oh, I can move these. That makes it easier.
All right, so this is a very, very nasty fight. We're kind of the fact that you're not leveling up at all outside of bosses. Hey, nice. It's kind of coming back to bite you a bit. Hey, thanks, Flash. So, yeah, so these 4 gargoyles have 1,000 health, which isn't that much at this point in the game, but there's 4 of them, so it would take a while to actually fight them fair and square. And, but they're not immune to instant death, so if we use terror balls, we have a 50-50 chance with each one to just instant kill one of them. It's really, really important to try to kill at least one of them before they attack, too, because if all 4 of them get attacks, then this fight gets very, very sketchy. All right, not too bad. The fact that the first 2 of them worked really kind of solidified that I wasn't going to have any trouble. I had a practice run sometime earlier this week where I bought 13 terror balls and I went through all of them and there was still a gargoyle alive, and I had to just kind of struggle until Lexus got enough IP to use the Misto Jewel IP. I think it's called Ninja, which is also an instant death skill.
They work 100% of the time, 50% of the time.
Yeah. That's why it's really important to have your setup so that you have characters that are faster than the gargoyles, because again, if all 4 of them get to attack, it's really bad. But if you can kill one, preferably 2 of them before they attack, then it's very safe. All right, so then we also find out that the reason why the girl, who I think his name is Merca or Melka, I know it's different in Lufia 1 and 2, stole the plans because Kermo's lab was polluting the environment. So Lexus leaves to go fix that, and then we get introduced to our final character, Party Artie. We're going to commemorate Artie joining us by stealing all of his stuff and selling it. Just because we're going to get better equipment for Artie as we need it, basically. So we got to just unload all of the various stuff that we don't need anymore. Bid farewell to Dakar's love here.
Just don't tell him.
Yeah, I won't tell him.
I'd like to point out Lexus's tools sell for a lot.
Get the bronze shield because bronze doesn't fit.
You got rid of our toga party.
Yeah. So yeah, by the way, to check it, Artie is level 38 and everybody else is level 25. So that should be a pretty clear sign of just how incredibly underleveled I am now.
Yeah, Artie's supposed to be like sort of your hybrid character. He's decent at magic, decent physically, very fast. But he's supposed to be like he's supposed to be a bit weaker than Maxim physically, but he's definitely not right now.
Yep. And then story-wise, too, we immediately after we meet Artie, who's Merca's brother, we find out that their mother, Karen, has been kidnapped by Ammon. Basically, that the ball of red light abducted her and took her to this shrine nearby that has power in it to make people stronger, Secret of Evermore style. We get very well acquainted with this hookshot maze puzzle room too. We have kind of 2.5 trips basically through it. One of them is optional, but it gives us a really nice ring that we need for the rest of the run.
For this route, yeah.
Yeah, I imagine if you were using manipulation, you could skip it, but
Oh yeah, you can. You definitely don't need it for that. But yeah, for non-manipulated, you definitely want this ring because it adds the base amount on it is 40 agility, which is massive.
yeah, and just because Artie has good stats because of being higher leveled. I forget how if he's naturally fast too, but Artie with the rocket ring I just picked up means he's going to be able to outspeed most of the remaining bosses in the game, which is big because it lets Artie also has the champion spell, the second best healing spell in the game, and that lets me heal reactively instead of proactively. And also there's some places where just Artie being really fast to do offensive stuff will make a difference too.
I'd also like to point out those gargoyles that were a boss fight, now they're a regular
Yep.
in traditional RPG fashion.
Yep. Call this the Super Castlevania 4 hallway with the torches that light up as you cross. That golem really wanted a hug. Or sorry, Gorem.
Gorm.
This is another dungeon where there's a fair number of optional rooms that have treasure in them that is pretty much all of which except the rocket ring I'm just skipping. And just like that, we're at the end. This part is a little bit of a letdown, I think, too, because this feels like a perfect setup to actually fight Ammon for the first time, because there's even a story reason given to us right here why he's weakened and why we'd theoretically be able to fight him, but instead, Artie's mother kind of releases her power in this shrine to kind of use her life force to weaken Ammon, and then he runs away. And then after that's done, Artie Perma joins us, and we're able to use the power of the Divine Shrine to effectively get some free level ups as far as getting our stats all increased here. So, well, it's going on, but if we have a few words from RPGC.
Well, I can definitely give you a few words. 1 in 5 Americans live with a mental health condition. We at RPG Limit Break are proud to be raising money for NAMI. NAMI stands for National Alliance on Mental Illness, a charity who works tirelessly towards cracking the code of mental illness through various means such as education, leadership, and increasing the availability of care. Please join RPG Limit Break in supporting such a worthy cause.
All right, so now that that's all out of the way, now we can finally finish getting the ship upgraded into a sub. We do have to finish the Divine Shrine before Kermo and Lexus finish upgrading the ship.
I do like to tell you hit the button to go under the sea, but they don't specify hitting anything on the controller. They're trying not to break that fourth wall. What's also nice about being able to go underwater here is there's no encounters down here.
You also don't really move slower too when you're underwater too.
It looks it, but it's just a perspective.
So we're basically just chasing Ammon at this point, who was seen going into this this shrine, the Shrine of Vengeance. This is a pretty long and elaborate dungeon, but a really big portion of it is optional. There's this whole basement area that has like some puzzle elements that you actually involve using the fire arrows too, but sadly we skip all of that.
Yeah, one of the things you can get down in the basement is a weapon called the Freeze Sword, which doesn't have a lot of use right now, but there is a boss later on that we... Wow.
Wow. This is the farthest over I've ever... You know what, I'd better actually reset at this point. I don't even know how to deal with it if it goes that far to the right. Okay, there we go. Continue, I guess, with the free sword.
Oh yeah, the free sword it's very useful against one boss, but unfortunately, it's the same boss that's weak to the flying axe and the weapon he's gonna get from the world's most difficult trick. So there's not really a big reason to go get it.
I do remember having to make a lot of trips into that basement, though, in my last casual file for dragon egg hunting. Because, yeah, in addition to having a built-in randomizer and a Pokemon evolution system, this game also has a super boss called the Egg Dragon, too, which super bosses weren't really that common in turn-based RPGs yet.
Yeah, super boss. Unfortunately, due to the limits of the Super Nintendo, there's a way to cheese it.
Yeah.
and it's called Charred Newt.
Hammer getting a lot of love in this place.
I swear you just broke glass when you hit that.
That's what it sounds like.
Going out of the way a little bit here to pick up some extra items.
You're just destroying this entire place on your way.
We get a cursed item here. There is cursed equipment that once you put it on, you can't take it off. But the Evil Jewel gives you, I think it's 120 extra attack power, which is a lot. And if you break the curse, that nerfs it a lot.
Yeah, I think it's only 50 afterwards, but at least you can unequip it and change who it's on. But 120 is a lot. We don't want to get rid of that.
That's very convenient applications of gravity there. I love this puzzle here because you are
just ironing out the rug.
Ironing the rug.
Also, the teleporting enemy cannot leave the other rug.
Yep. It can get to the edge of it, but as long as you don't waste steps, it won't catch you in time. Let's see. So yeah, we're giving this to Maxim. Ordinarily, I'd equip the flying axe here, but I skipped it.
All the Texas shoes.
Turbonibin.
Yeah, that's
Turbonibin. Ice ringing. Yeah. Beat Rockule. Yeah.
Road Cryptor. Yep.
There's some stuff coming up later that just really makes me question how much QA testing this game has. And I know Ambelie here has a very good theory that we'll get to soon enough. All right, so like in a lot of RPGs of this era, if you use healing magic on undead enemies, it will damage them. And there's a really nice exploit for undead enemies too, where if you use percentage-based IP healing, like if you heal 50% of your HP or so, it'll actually cause 50% damage instead. So for Venge Ghost here, as long as it doesn't do anything particularly trolly in the first turn, it's a one-turn fight, basically, if it all lines up nice. Go Flash! Thank you. There we go.
Also note, those healing abilities, because they're specifically IP abilities and not like actual spells, your row does matter for those.
That's why I moved Salon to the front row, even though it does make it a little more dangerous, because the Venge Ghost does have some pretty nasty spells, in particular Thunder and Doomcry, which Thunder can potentially kill Salon if it rolls high enough. And Doomcry can proc instant death. Like the last time I ran this game for a marathon, I had 2 characters die to Doomcry, and I just had to reload at that point rather than try to salvage it. But yeah, as long as just nothing bad happens, really, because like the Venge Ghost even has an attack
you don't
called.
Trust Gades?
Yes.
I didn't ask you. I asked Gades.
You don't know her that well, do you, Gades?
Gades, are you by any chance? Yeah, so and Venge Ghost also has an empty turn called Hatred, which is kind of a interesting name for it.
He's just seething with that much hatred that he's just
can't do anything.
Yeah.
Too angry to move.
No escape.
All right, so we're activating the next story quest there, which is it's something that feels very out of place to me this deep into the story, where Iris is basically causing Salon to get jealous. Oops. And and then she tells us about a mirror called the Mirror of Truth, which reveals what's in people's hearts. And it's conveniently located at the top of a very dangerous tower across the sea. So that's where we're ultimately going next. But before we go there, we're tagging a couple towns we'll eventually need to go to later and doing some shopping. Because if it wasn't obvious, in order to warp somewhere with the warp spell, you have to enter the town first. Oops.
Oh, that shopkeeper really wanted that cursed bow.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, the curse bow actually becomes Artie's bow if you break the curse, which is, it's not really Artie's strongest weapon, but it's really nice.
Yeah, bows actually attack all enemies, except the cursed bow, which can attack literally anything completely randomly, including your own party.
And then we get what's kind of effectively the ultimate evolution of boomerangs called Dragon Teeth, which it's just the strongest boomerang type weapon in the game, and it also does extra damage against dragons.
We skipped over EX boomers.
Yeah. So those are just musical themed Simon puzzles.
I want to know who built this tower as well.
Yeah.
Somebody with a passion for music.
Well, maybe Frederick Chopin built it after Oro's Eternal Sonata run last night. Nothing's really new too, as far as just the regular enemies being very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
That Siren is kind of weird AI where it's really, really fast.
It's basically a ninja.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We got another musical puzzle here. This one is a little more creative of a solution. Oops, I wasted a step, I guess. I'll get to show off that
Yeah.
really cool sprite
Yeah.
work for the Thunder Beasts, though. Yeah, if I don't bonk onto anything or otherwise waste steps, then it won't be in my way when I get to the stairs. So the idea here is you have to put the crate on the switch that's on the side of the room you want to go.
Oh, this room.
This room I like to call the mosh pit. There's a lot of big enemies on break, I guess, right now.
This is the break room.
Lots of fun rooms like this in the ancient cave.
In Ancient Cave, we call this a party
Room.
Yep.
Even better when you get later on, it becomes Dragon Con.
Yep.
Good job, Flash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm getting that. Yeah, there's two routes I can take through this, depending on, because there's some chests I need in here too, and there's two routes I can take, but I've kind of found the going up and then over generally gives me more favorable patterns for the enemy, but they were just not having it at all this run. This is just kind of a much more leveled up version of that same kind of puzzle where you have to deal with both jars and boxes.
Box puzzles. What is this, PlayStation?
There aren't any kind of special effects about putting boxes on specific switches, but you need to blow it up, basically, in order to activate the last bridge. And here I'm using reset, both to reset the position of this enemy here, and then also the two buddies in the next room. So they're out of my way. Alright, so back to the mosh pit. This time going down to the southeast corner to get some chests. So Ghost Clothes is Confused Protection that'll eventually be going to RD. The Ghost Ring is Instant Death Protection that a couple characters will be using. And then the Song Rock is just for selling.
This is yet another set of chests that you would not get if you were doing a manipulated
Mm-hmm.
run, just because of how much of a pain it is to get down to those.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, even in a manipulated run, you still have to have your movement on point. Also, that's a mimic.
Yep.
Yep.
Say hi to Mimi, the Limit Break mascot.
But yeah, you have to be very precise on your movement because the enemies will always move the same as long as your RNG is the same and everything. But that room where there's just so many enemies, you can't miss a step at all.
Yeah, because if you're doing a run with manipulation, the focus is just on executing the manipulation, and there's often a lot of very high precision required with movement in order to keep it on track. My feelings for giddies.
Also add into the fact that you move, I mean, this is your normal movement speed, is basically like sprint shoes from Final Fantasy VI.
Mm-hmm.
And controlling that perfectly for an entire run is a lot harder than it sounds.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of why this is such a fun speed game, too, is you move very fast and the movement is technical and has a high skill ceiling to it. But, I mean, yeah, there's definitely a learning curve to getting through these dungeons without just getting a lot of extra fights and a lot of danger. Oh yeah, we get to see, we don't, Salon and Maxim don't actually look at the mirror, but we do, and we see that everything's okay. This is where we put the dragon teeth to use to turn what's ordinarily a very, very dangerous fight into a joke. Because I think it's 580, I think, is how much health these dragons have, and they're scripted to always cast stronger when they're below like 75, well, when they're below 25%. But it doesn't fully heal it, so then basically I just, RD goes first and uses one, and then Salon uses another, and then I win.
Yeah, you'll notice at this point, Salon actually is faster than Maxim and Guy, whereas she wasn't a long time ago.
So sadly, the mirror got broken during the fight, so the characters never actually saw what was in each other's hearts, but they realized they don't need to see the mirror, they just know. But now we get another plot twist here, which if you assuming you've been playing this for many hours and don't really remember the prologue before starting the game, this may be a little confusing. Da, da, da.
I'd like to point out there's still glass shards on the ground.
Yeah.
She didn't completely fix it.
Yep.
So he fixed it just enough for the plot point.
Yeah, so we do really start to question kind of what Iris is up to at this point. Well, aside from scattering rare stuff in the ancient cave.
That's just a hobby.
I thought that was the real game.
Yeah. All right, so then we don't actually have to go here in order to activate the next dungeon, but I want to grab a safety save just because there's some very, very dangerous stuff both in the overworld and in the next dungeon. Like I know in my earlier days of running this game, I had at least one party wipe to like some kind of red dragon or something you can encounter in the overworld here. So then kicking things off in Dragon's Mountain, this simple bush puzzle here, in a normal run I would actually skip it, but for marathon safety I'm just grabbing this Sonic Ring here just to ensure that Salon can outspeed the final boss, because I've had exactly one run where her agility growth was bad enough that she didn't consistently outspeed the final boss, which kind of spooked me enough to grab that ring for marathon runs.
It's a very minor detour, though, which is a nice thing.
Because, yeah, I mean, you also don't have to deal with the dragon on the other side, too, which is nice. Kind of a mini version of the mosh pit here. Fair bit easier, though, thankfully.
Yeah, none of these enemies are anything that we want to be dealing with. Not
too far away from the world's most difficult trick, by the way, too. you normally walk right through it, but there's some very nice treasure, but in my normal runs at least, I don't do it and do other stuff instead.
This is another dungeon that's just completely split in half, where you go one way to get the key, and then you go the other way to actually progress in the dungeon.
Yeah, and then I believe the story reason we're going here is that there's the elder of the nearby village of Chade knows stuff about the dual blade, but he's not home right now. He's at this mountain, I think, trying to appease a dragon that's threatening the city.
He's just chilling.
Yep.
He likes the lava.
Yep. All right, and then this is what I consider to be the most difficult required puzzle. Because the world's most difficult trick is a lot harder, but it's also optional.
And you don't have a time limit.
All right, first try. You cannot waste a single step on that, too. This is the way I solve it.
Yeah, I ended up having to find a guide for that, and even then I was somehow wasting steps.
Yeah. Oops. All right, so we're coming up on the world's most difficult trick here. Unfortunately, I do not have it completely memorized. It's 116 moves for the fastest possible solution for it, so I'm going to be using some notes, but this is still certainly going to be significantly faster than it took me casually to figure this out. This music gets seared into your soul, by the way, if you do this for the first time. Sounds like a game show almost.
It is.
Yep.
Yeah, I think for me, casually, this probably took me like 15, 20 minutes to solve.
That sounds fast for.
I always loved these kind of puzzles as a kid. So it probably would have taken me even less time as a child to do this, because I had all those like little shifty puzzles, little handheld ones.
I know this is based on a real-life sliding block puzzle called Klotsky. Not kidding about how this music just gets burned into your soul after a while. They could have picked at least a longer loop or something for the music.
This really is just to get all this song stuck in everyone's head the rest of the day.
It is.
And GG.
I'd also like to point out Maxim was walking in
Walking.
place the whole time. Just walking into these spikes.
I think he was dancing along to the music.
Yeah, if you're really, really fast and have the whole 116 move solution completely memorized, it's under a minute, I think. I mean, I know I wasn't obviously looking at the clock, but that was probably closer to like between 2 and 3. But yeah, so we get some very nice, I actually can't even remember what's in the other 2 chests, but the 2 we take are the Lizard Blow, which is a really, really nice sword that's effective against dragons, which the next boss is, and then the Legend Helm, which is just a nice helmet that gives confused protection. Both of which are going on Guy. In normal runs, I would not do that. I would I would be getting an item called the Flying Axe for Guy to use against Fire Dragon instead. So the Flying Axe is about a 30-ish second detour. Although, I mean, the Lizard Blow is a lot better, though, but yeah, as we'll hopefully see here if the dragon doesn't troll me.
We definitely want to be battle-lusting Guy here.
Yeah. So the dragon has a variety of AoE fire attacks like this one, which is what we want to see, even though the animations take a while. I've got my party is set up so that none of them will kill me as long as I'm being proactive enough with healing. It has a single target bite attack that will kill me, and ironically the only person that can survive that is Salon, because she has pretty hefty fire protection from the Pearl Brace that she has equipped. And already using the Eagle Rock IP, which is just as an attack that's effective against flying enemies, which the Fire Dragon counts as. As soon as Guy comes up, it's time to see a big number.
You thought that the Car Blade did a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yeah, the dragon is 7,500 health, I believe, so that's
Yep.
a big chunk.
It's one of the few times where it may almost be... Ooh,
Aw.
wow.
The dragon didn't like getting
No.
hit that hard.
Was it flame? Let me show you how. Fortunately, Artie does come with the best revival spell in the game. So we don't have to actually buy another copy of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it does suck when that means you have to have RD cast Valor instead of using Eagle Rock instead, but he doesn't have enough IP for it anyway. It's also why I bought the Ice Valk spell for Salon too, just specifically for this fight.
I mean, it's good damage. You know, it's about 10%, so it's a good investment, even if it's only for one fight.
Yeah, because you're going to that same shop to get the champion spell anyway. The only real kind of trade-off is just you have to, in my normal route, I get the Flame Jewel in Dankirk North Cave just to afford the extra money for it. All right, so other than Guy getting bitten by the dragon, that was pretty good.
I don't think that was a bite. I think that was literally him just getting eaten.
Yes. All right, so then we rescued the elder from the dragon. Now go ask him about the dual blade and find out he doesn't really know that much personally about the dual blade, but he knows somebody who does, namely the queen of a mermaid city called Primerl, and he just so happens to have an item called the Jade of Mermaids that'll let us go there. And the story around here I find a little interesting too, because they never flat out tell it to you, but just through the dialogue, it's very, very strongly hinted that elder used to be a merman, and that the Jade of Mermaid represents kind of his mermaid soul, I guess. So him giving it to you is a pretty big deal. Or merman, I guess, yeah. So
We're also walking on water
Yep.
here. The mermaids are in the water. We're on top of it.
Yep. And the mermaids are only waist deep in the water, too. So So the queen basically tells us that the dual blade, or at least a legendary sword that we kind of put 2 and 2 together with, is in a underwater shrine that's not too far away from here. So of course that's where we're going to go next. And that there's strange currents going on there that implies that there's evil forces at work too. Along with threats of a ghost ship. And then everybody just kind of takes off at this point. A little bit of shopping and equipping to do before we move on here. Buy a nice weapon, well, what would normally be a nice weapon upgrade for a guy called the Zerko Flail. It's not that big of an improvement over the Lizard Blow.
I mean, you can give the Lizard Blow to Maxim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I might give that a shot on the tank. It's also very important to come out of the Fire Dragon fight with good IP on basically everybody except Artie, because the Ghost Ship, which is the next boss, is undead, kind of like Venge Ghost, but the Ghost Ship doesn't really like to attack you directly very often. Its kind of main gimmick is that it summons other ghosts almost every turn, and that therefore you don't really get good opportunities to get IP in the fight itself. You really want to have it already, and then as long as nothing too bad happens, then it's generally a 2-turn fight. Again, just because using IP healing offensively against enemies is affected by the row, I moved Salon to the front row, so because she's got by far the best healing IP to use.
There was another armor he could have picked up earlier in the game called Heal Armor, which basically does the same thing that Salon's doing. It's a 50% heal. You could basically one-turn this entire fight, provided it doesn't summon anything.
Which it usually does, yeah.
The only downside is that you'll notice Salon's Sacred Song is not using a ton of IP, whereas the Heal Armor uses, I believe, like 93%.
All right, very clean fight. Could have gone without the second summon, but it's very, very common for the Ghost Ship to just summon every turn.
Well, and we always have to beat the summon last.
Yep, I mean that's the theme for this run. Yeah, the real boss was the summon all along. Got this kind of weird dialogue where these people are all kind of saying that their race is less selfish than others or something like that. Oh, but the Ghost Ship wasn't really the culprit for the abnormal currents here.
Also, we learned that mermaids can't drown.
All right, so then the currents kind of suck us into the undersea shrine where Dual Blade is, and we're kind of feeling some really evil energy here that feels different from Gades and Ammon, so it's another Sinistral that we haven't actually met yet. This is also where we find out that the US version of this game...
Little
buggy, yeah. Along with just how potent the Drowsy spell is when it's not used in battle.
Again, with the 100% success rate on Drowsy here. I mean, that could have missed.
So then we just kind of know, too, that we have the power to go in when the mermaids didn't. And also say hi to the Void.
Yeah, so my theory is, because you have this exact same issue on the bottom level of the Ancient Cave, is that the QA testers just got to the Ancient Cave and just got lost there and never finished testing the rest of the game.
Yeah, it tracks for me. I mean...
They only had to get to like B40 in the Ancient Cave before the areas stopped changing and before the graphics stopped changing for the areas. So I mean,
they weren't that good at it.
Yeah.
They didn't know to keep the car. They played well into the game and tried to go in there with Artie, and it's just they couldn't do it.
Yeah. So if you could actually see what was happening here, which you can in every other version of the game besides this one, or if you play with a really nice bug fix patch you can get on romhacking.net. There is actually stuff happening there. Like you actually meet Deus, who's the leader of the Sinistrals, and you see that the dual blade disappears out from under you. Yeah, like here's Deus here, and Deus has a floating sky fortress called Doom Island. This is our first sighting of. That can shoot pew lasers and
they have no effect on us four, and that's it.
Yep.
Also very creatively named island.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, without that island, we wouldn't have the first game.
All right, so then we're feeling pretty upset right now. In fact, actually, that cutscene actually raises all 4 of your characters' IP to 100% because you're getting because IP. By the way, I don't think we ever actually explained to you that IP stands for Ikari points, which Ikari means anger in Japanese. So it's supposed to represent you turning your anger into strength, basically. So there's a few isolated story events that actually max out character. Like actually, Artie got his IP maxed out by the cutscene at the end of the Divine Shrine. I feel like there were probably other places they could have done that too. Like they could have had Guy get full IP from before Camus or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah. So anyway, so we need. How are we going to get to a floating sky island? Well, with an airship, of course. I mean, we don't even really have to spend that much time even thinking about the concept of an airship. We just know we want it. So we go back and talk to Lexus and Kermo, who, of course, know exactly how to upgrade the ship to not only be a sub but also to be an airship. But they need a better engine in order to do that. And
they can't just invent it this time.
Nope.
We gotta go. As Guy put it, we need to go exercise a 5-finger discount.
Yeah, and then this ties back to the story beats that happened at Dankirk, basically, where there was this evil kingdom that. Well, it's ostensibly called Grazi Kingdom, but we do find out the dark truth here that it's really called '3Y Kingdom. That never gets old, by the way, too. that is trying to rule the world for their own misguided reasons, and they're rumored to have a tank as part of their army that has a really powerful engine in it that we want to go steal to power our airship.
They also managed to hit all 4 of you with Drowsy in the same cast, which reduces the chance of Drowsy actually hitting.
Yeah.
So that was like, they had to be RNG manipulating.
And we meet our 2 buddies again.
Yep, after a long absence. I think there's actually an optional interaction you can have with them in a town at some point, but yeah, it's something you only really see them twice in the story.
I believe it's in Dankirk, actually. They're thinking about stealing the ruby icon.
Ah, okay.
Or maybe it was the King's Crown, one of the 2.
Just stealing more things.
Yeah,
Yes.
We just kind of trick them into getting us out of this seal cell.
Yeah. They're not really into violence, but they're perfectly good at stealing stuff and picking locks.
And just general shenanigans.
Yeah, so again, this is a no major glitches run. There's only really 2 things that are considered major glitches by the community, but one of them is right here, actually. Who's ready for some lag, by the way, too, with just all of the sprites that are in the screen. But for this next room right here, if you use the hammer while moving to clip through the tile to start this fight here, for whatever reason, you get wrong warp to Doom Island, and you get to skip 4 full dungeons, basically, along with 3 bosses.
Oh, so these aren't dragons, but we're going to use their teeth on them anyway.
Yeah, I mean, these are literally the exact same soldiers that were the boss of Dankirk North Cave about, what, like a little over an hour ago at this point. Yeah, you do not want to mess, like, I know we keep saying it, but yeah, you do not want to mess with any of these monsters. I mean, so many of like these gold gorums, as they're called.
They are nasty.
Yeah, they're one of the worst enemies in the ancient cave, and this is where they are in the normal game. I think these are the same white dragons that were the boss of Tower of Truth too. Also, whee! Yeah.
Another spot where we don't need a floor.
Yep.
Floors are just suggestions.
Unlike the last time I walked on thin air, that one doesn't even have any setup or anything. You just all you do is just know that the floor is broken and you can walk through the wall to pick up the key faster.
Yeah, they just forgot to put a boundary there, so you can just you just walk onto it and that's it. There's another spot during the actually no, I'll save that for later.
Yeah. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about.
That eye on the left, though, is they're not the worst enemy to have to fight, but they move really fast horizontally, so you want to just keep them either stunned or
Stay away from them. Yeah.
stay away from them, or just don't get horizontal with them.
Oh yeah, and I was also gonna put the lizard blow into Maxim. All right, so pretty short dungeon, and then now we get out to have some pretty silly stuff happen. Because for starters, we get to reintroduce ourselves to the leader of Grazi, who remembers
The
Salon
magic
is the magic lady.
No, it was Magical Wife. He said
Oh,
it
yeah.
wrong.
Oh, yeah.
He remembered it wrong.
Yeah. So first we have some more throwaway soldiers, but look at pay attention to how many soldiers there are out here. There's what, like 8 or 10 or so.
I think there's like 12.
Yeah.
But we fight 4 of them here. So maybe we're gonna do like multiple waves of these soldiers or something. Nope.
They're all gone.
They're all gone. That's just the warm-up though. Now we have the real boss with the tank. Also, feast your eyes on some of the best sprite work on the Super Nintendo, by the way, between the eyes on the front and then the Burger King that's piloting it. It's so good.
The tank is so angry and the pilot is so happy.
So this is why I bought the trick spell way earlier, is just because this tank doesn't really have an easily exploitable weakness. It's weak to the hard element, which a couple of weapons have. Like that's why I bought the Zerko Rod for Artie, and then Guy has the Pumpkin Rock, which lets him headbutt a tank, because that's what we do here. And
We can't suplex it, so.
yeah. So
This fight, you're actually going to be seeing puwexil move characters between rows fairly often here, depending on who he's going to have attack. Like you just move Maxim into the front because you want to do a Dragon Rush. Ideally, you'll keep Guy up front more often. Primarily so we can get more. Well, okay, never mind. You can just use another. You can use another Dragon Rush.
I'd ideally like to cast Trick again to stack it, but using Dragon Rush is too tempting. I think it's 10,000, I think is the hill
Yep.
for the tank, yeah, which is very high.
I mean, okay.
Okay, if the tank wants to play that way, I can certainly accommodate. Because I should have checked if that. I don't think that's quite enough for a headbutt.
No, it's a little shy.
It's like 70% or something.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit higher than the 3x attacks.
Okay, so whenever it does an empty turn like that. It is
nope.
enough. Okay.
Just barely.
That means it's generally going to do something nasty on the next turn. Like, because it has 2 single target attacks that will one-shot any of my characters, and it has a little stronger AoE attack called Incendiary Bomb. If Maxim's in the front row, he usually dies to it, but if he's not, then it's fine.
They just want more Dragon Rushes.
Yep. Hey, I mean, keep them coming. It's probably a kill, actually. Yep. All
Yeah.
right, nice. That was really good.
Yeah, the Lizard Blow actually is a little bit better here than Maxim's Silver Sword, just by nature of having more attack power.
Mm-hmm.
So it is useful enough, at least here. But beyond this point, the Lizard Blow is
Yeah.
not quite as good. I mean, it's still good for some of the final fights because you can give it to Guy, and it is better than what he would normally. I believe it's better than his.
Well, the normal route is the Zerko Flail plus Undead Ring.
Well, I think the Zerko Flail does have a little bit more attack power than that.
Mm-hmm. It does, like about 30 more is what it says on the shop screen.
Can we trust shop screens though? with how many other display issues we have? Although they also, by the way, Birdie and Bart got the crown,
Yeah.
and we stole the engine.
Yeah, I do like how I like to think of the self-destruct switch for Apostrophe 3 Red Kingdom being like where you'd have a garage door opener in a normal house too, just because he walks through the door and then like 3 seconds later the self-destruct goes off. All right, so we're pretty rapidly approaching endgame now. The tank was kind of our last conventional boss, so I like how there's a dragon roar randomly while the ship is being upgraded too.
I mean, Lexus probably knows Firebird at this point.
Use that instead of
That's
building.
yeah, I was gonna say that's how he's gluing the engine onto the ship.
We also find out our ship has an A button built into it, but it's actually faster to use the L button to get on the airship because it cuts out having to press up or down to choose the airship or the sub. Yes, now that we have an airship, now we're going to these mysterious triangular islands that are on the title screen for the game to, I guess, try to find legendary equipment to challenge the Sinistrals with, and also find a way to get to Doom Island.
Yep, legendary equipment. They're called shields.
Yep. Let's see. Hidora, which is supposed to be Hydra.
I like the flailed.
Yeah, Zerko flailed. Hydora Rockle. So the Zerko rod we just specifically got for the tank because it's hard element, and we kind of want whatever opportunities we can to use it. But now we go back to the crystal wand, which is holy element, because all of the remaining bosses in the game are weak to holy. Sell off the lizard blow just so it doesn't mess with my equipment optimizes. Same with the Zerko rod, even though I have way more money than I actually need at this point. So yeah, we got our legendary shields now. Yeah, the Zerko shield, in addition to just being a good shield for defense stats, also has the best attack power buff in the whole game, called Berserker in this version, because I guess they couldn't fit the extra R. Berserker is basically like Battle Lust on your whole party.
Mm-hmm. There's also a shield you could get for Salon and Artie that does the same thing for defense, and it actually is fairly good, but it's not really necessary for the speed run.
Mm-hmm. So we're just kind of finding out here that these 3 maidens here have the keys to breaking the seals on the divine equipment, and also helping kind of lock Doom Island in place so that we can go there without it moving. This music is really a hint that we're getting into some serious territory too.
This is actually my favorite track in the game.
Oh,
right
nice.
here.
Yeah, it's really good. All the music in the end game for this game is amazing. So, these last 3 towers before we go to Doom Island are a bit different from the most of the rest of the game, because for starters, there's no puzzles. I mean, and basically, it's just every tower has 2 combat rooms where you have to fight something before we get to the top. And then there's also no encounters in the outdoor parts. So here we have to fight what are actually some very dangerous monsters, but it works out. But because they're locked in place, we can force a preemptive on each and every one of them. It's like if those leeches, as they're called, instead of liches, actually get turns, they use some pretty nasty spells. But they're weak to holy, and our party is optimized around just doing holy elemental damage at this point. So yes, they're totally free fights when we get preemptives. Didn't really need to shoot that Cyclops, but I didn't like it.
It deserved it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just like the old man at the very beginning of the game.
Yep. Yeah, there's A technique you can do to use items faster, by the way, is to hold the L button and left to kind of turbo buffer the inputs. But I'm always a little paranoid here in case, because like it's not too uncommon that the tank will kill somebody, and if it kills Artie, I need to use a regain to revive him because no one else actually has magic that can revive. So I always want to just sanity check that I have all of my memory cursors set to Dragon Teeth there. All right, well, now we get to meet ourselves again here, by the way, to get reunited with the Sinistral battle theme.
So this version of Gades is actually not the most powerful version of Gades, although that's basically not in the game. Gades has another form that was just, I don't know if they forgot to put it in or if they just decided it was too strong. But that would be the form you would normally be fighting here, and it does a stupid amount of damage. His Destructo Wave can probably kill Salon in her current state in one shot. Like it's on par with like abilities called Dark Fry later on. So it's actually kind of good that you get this version because this is the same version that that wiped us back in Gordovan West Tower.
And then we're trying. I did a little bit of IP, but overall I'm trying to conserve IP for the next boss after this, because yeah, this version of Gades is kind of a joke at this point. So, yeah, I want to conserve and accumulate IP to unleash against Ammon, who we're going to be fighting next.
I like that it heals you for over 1,000.
Yeah,
like
even though I don't think it's
300.
possible to have over 999 HP.
You actually can.
Oh, you can? Okay.
Yep, it doesn't display properly, but you can do it. You just have to give them a lot of, I forget what the item name is, but you can farm them off of the red snakes and just...
Life potions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, that's the amount of experience you would have gotten in Gordovan West Tower if you'd actually killed him.
Oh, 50k.
Yeah, it's even better on retry mode because it is legitimately 200,000 experience, and you sit through level ups for like a full minute.
Nice. All right, so then we break the seal on the Divine Armor, or Pearl Armor as it's censored as, because I think the menu text and the dialogue were translated by different people, and one person decided to literally translate it, and the other person did not. So this gives some nice status protection for Maxim, I think instant death in particular. All right, so before we move on to the next tower, we're going to make a pit stop at way back. So I'll go in the right way. Go back in Alun's, because this another thing this game has is a casino. Actually, there's a couple casino mini games we can go to, and at this point we can just flat out buy anything at the casino, and we're buying an armor called the See-Through Cape for Salon, which it's a pretty big downgrade as far as just raw defense power, but it gives immunity to every status in the game except instant death. And we're going to be fighting bosses for the rest of the game that can do sleep and confusion, both of which are very bad if they actually hit. This is where doing the world's most difficult trick adds a little bit of safety too, because ordinarily a guy would not have confuse protection until after the first fight with Ammon. But because I got the Legend Helm there, he does. Also, I believe in the Japanese version, you can actually skip getting the second Maiden for whatever reason. I know you can try to do it in this version, but then your game softlocks.
That's a common theme with this game.
Yep.
You did something wrong. Nope. That's it.
Yep.
You're soft lock.
GG.
I do appreciate you using more fire arrows.
Yep, never passing up a chance. It's also a hair. I think it's a hair. It's worth it to be on a kind of arrow instead of the hook for the stuns here too, just because there's no more puzzles for the rest of the game. So with the amount of stuns you have to do, you can potentially save a bit of time on the animations by using an arrow. None of these towers are particularly long, too. Just need to know where to go and how to deal with the 2 required fights in each one.
Yeah, they're a little confusing with the layouts, just especially the outside portion.
Yeah, because of the perspective of the platforms and the stairs.
I really want to know where that shop got all these dragons.
Yeah. Oh, hey, we know what this means. Time to give.
Oh, he didn't like it.
Yeah, fruits are just their sole purpose is to feed to capsule monsters, and like to get each capsule monster to its master form, you need to use a specific kind of fruit on a specific previous form.
So Aemon is a pretty big jump up in difficulty from Gades. I mean, that hits reasonably hard, but also can inflict confusion. Thankfully, it didn't.
Well, yeah, I'm immune, actually.
Right.
Yeah, but in a normal run, Guy could potentially get confused, and I'd have a shriek preemptively queued up to deal with that if it happens.
But thankfully, we actually can go kind of ham with IP at this point, because after this point, before every single boss that we fight, our IP will be filled. Wow, nice hit. Also, who likes to see big numbers? Because we're going to start seeing them from here on out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know the whole dual blade that has been the focus of the story for quite a while. The Silver Sword's a little better.
I mean, the dual blade does have a really good IP
It's
to
really
it.
good, yeah.
It literally, at the cost of all of your IP, it literally doubles all of your stats.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good, but it's not holy energy.
Yeah, yep. And you have Berserker to boost your attack power, too.
Mm-hmm. 2 shots. Ooh,
That's the attack we want him to use, because, I mean, it's not dangerous as long as I'm at full health and it's his fastest animation. Ammon is very fast, by the way, too. Like, this is where I do specifically need the rocket ring on Artie for him to outspeed Ammon.
Yeah, Aemon and Gades both have some of the highest speed in the game for bosses.
I didn't get to use the Hedora rock. We'll be seeing that short soon enough.
Oh, yeah.
I do always appreciate how in speedruns of RPGs like this, I mean, these divine beings we're fighting aren't really quite as dangerous as like a goblin and a spider and stuff that we fought way earlier.
I mean, would you want to fight a spider? A
No.
giant spider?
giant
No,
one, yeah.
heck no. Appear faster to fly back here than to warp because of Artie being in airship form. Alright, so we get our last maiden. Gades.
really taking
Big shout outs to whichever donor thought of that idea, because that is not gotten old yet.
This is the new Jeff Bound.
Yep. That's another break room there with those monsters just kind of chilling out.
They're just chilling to the music.
I don't blame them. Alright, so of all of the forced fights I have to do in all of these towers, this one it has kind of the most variation as far as kind of what I do with it and how long it takes, because you can get up to 3 monsters in this fight. You can get basilisks along with gorgons. And if I get 3 enemies, I'd be using dragon teeth instead of just punches. No no Gorgon Rock drop though. I've had it happen twice so far in runs that I've gotten the old sword drop from the Liches too, even though that's only at 2% odds. Oops. Thought I was already in the combat room. These things aren't really that dangerous though, thankfully.
Yeah, until you get the run where they manage to put everybody to sleep with one cast.
Yep.
Also, Coma is just the upgraded version of Drowsy, which we know Drowsy is like 100% hit rate out of combat. Coma, on the other hand, is something else.
We also didn't see the Fire Dragon's cheaty version of Drowsy that also causes damage to you too. A little unlucky here, getting 3 enemies instead of 1 or 2.
Hey! Flash filling Guy up fully.
Yep. Healing the HP was missing from his last level, basically. Alright, final save point in the game incoming. Alright, so who are we fighting next? Since we fight Gades on the first tower and then Ammon. We don't even know who the third Sinistral is yet, but...
we know who the fourth one is.
Okay, I guess we're just getting the shield. The shield we will not be using. It's a significant downgrade from the...
Berserker.
From the Zerker... from the Zergo shield, yeah. This dialogue for Deos chewing out Gades for slacking on his job and stuff like that. But anyway, yeah, so the thing we couldn't really see because of the dual blade shrine being glitched out was that Deos stole the sword. But and then he tries to use it against us, but then it chooses Maxim as its rightful wielder. And then we also, now that the maidens have set up shop on top of all 3 of the sealed towers, they're going to kind of pool their power together to...
We're going to get some nice little Mode 7.
Yep. Can't have an epic ending to an RPG without some Mode 7 goodness.
Also, side note, that little barrier you saw go up, those little lightning bolts, those also call the RNG.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Magus has said that trying to manipulate the final boss is pretty difficult. All right, so yeah, it's actually, I just realized it's been quite a while since the RPG chick has gotten to talk to us. So yeah, we've got a couple minutes of cutscenes here before we go to Doom Island. We have a little sentimental moment here about Maxim and Salon kind of reassuring each other that they're doing the right thing. And then Guy and Artie kind of eavesdropping and listening in. But yeah, why don't we have a few donations and other plugs while we're wrapping this up?
Well, certainly. We have a $25 donation from Mitochondria without comment. Thank you for that. We also have a $25 donation from Night Flyer, also without comment. So thank you so much for those generous donations. We have a $25 donation from Armar that says, "Here's to defeating the brain goblins." We have a $25 donation from Cabin Boy Mendez that says, "Loving the Lufia 2 run. I found speedrunning through puwexil and FF7 back in GDQ, and this also brought me to RPGLB. Easily my favorite runner, and I have seen most of his excellent marathon runs at most events. Easily the GOAT, greatest of all time.
Oh, thank you.
Good luck, and on the remainder of the run, donation to puwexil's choice." We have a $10 donation from Zero Blade Edge. It says, "Hey puwexil, good luck on the rest of Lufia 2.
Thank you.
Please put this towards Heat in DDS2 as the 5th character because he is the best character." We have a $25 donation from Anonymous without comment. Thank you so much. We have a $10 donation from Shadow Killer that says, "Hey puwexil,
Hey, SK.
Good luck finishing up the run. Can't believe this is the sub 4. Greeting from about 4 rows behind you.
Thanks, SP.
We have a $50 donation from Rain of Sutton. It says, good luck, have fun, smash Sinistrals, drink milk, support those around you.
Thanks, Rain. Oh, yeah, and Jakar, by the way, is very, very much alive at that point. I mean, we're meant to think that he perished in Karloon's shrine, but no, he somehow got out and entered in style, as only Dakar can too, by riding on a whale.
And then in the time it took us to run downstairs and get the ship out, he had already killed all the monsters.
Everything was gone.
Yep. And yet he doesn't like jump off to get on the ship to come with us.
Yeah.
I mean, we could use his help. I mean, I'm sorry I sold your love to to the weapon shop.
Also, the blimp is now a hang glider.
Yep. All right. So then, if you played Lufia 1, this is where Lufia 1 begins. It begins with the final battle between Maxim and Deus here.
Yeah, except in Lufia 1, you're level like 70 something,
Yep.
and we're definitely not 70. So this version of Gades is the same one we just fought. It's not the strongest one. This is going to be another fun fight.
Yeah, it's a 2-turn fight, pretty much 100%. Don't even need to have both of them use Berserker. Hope everybody likes this boss theme, by the way, too, because all the rest of the bosses are Sinistrals.
So triple attack is a little weird in that it does apply the element correctly
Hey,
for
the assist.
Triple attack applies the element correctly to the first 2 hits, but not the third one. Which is...
I was always wondering about that, too, why
actually.
the last hit always does less damage.
Yeah,
that makes total sense.
It just doesn't apply it for some reason. I don't know why.
But yeah, again, no need for the dual blade when we have Silver Sword plus the Evil Jewel, ironically enough, that just increases Maxim's attack power and lets him do Holy Energy for triple damage. And you start each Sinistral fight with full IP, so you can just completely go ham.
There's a bunch of chests in here you could pick up. All it basically is a bunch of miracles.
Yep.
I went back on my casual playthrough and looked at every single one, hoping that something would have something different.
Nope.
They really expect you to be struggling at this point, apparently.
Yeah. The final Sinistral fights, by the way, even though I'm not using manipulation, the Sinistrals have very, very heavily scripted AI. So, I mean, there's some like Ammon has kind of the most true randomness as far as you can choose to punch characters instead of use Galactic Lance or AoE attacks. But aside from that, it's very easy to predict what each Sinistral is going to do on each turn.
Yeah, the only guarantee for Aemon is that he will always do Chaos Wave on turn 1, and that's basically it.
We'd ideally like to see Galactic Lancer because it's not dangerous and has a nice fast animation and gives us IP. What we don't want to see is him punching out characters like Salon in particular.
That was some big numbers there.
I wonder if that might be the first time I've ever seen over 3,000 actually. And
the highest I've seen in any of my runs from way back was 31.99 for Maxim.
Dead. It's typically a 3-turn fight. Yep, there we go.
Didn't even need all 3 hits.
Yep, because of just how angry Gades is at Ammon for stealing his style or something.
So what's nice after this boss is that the next 2 bosses are a lot slower. The next one only has, I believe, 60 agility, and then Deus only has 80. So it's not anywhere near as difficult to get faster than them.
Yeah, and then the next one we're fighting actually has instant death, so that's why we're moving the Ghost Ring over to RD so that he's immune to it. Like For Aram, the next boss, she always opens with Devastation Wave, which can proc instant death, and the only character that's susceptible to that right now is Slan.
What's also funny is you can actually nullify the instant death by just making sure it can't do any damage. If you boost your defense by enough and it does nothing, it can't hit you. The instant death can't hit if you take no damage.
Yeah, the HP is starting to go up a lot too, because it was 7,500 for Gades, 10,000 for Ammon, 15,000 for Aram, and then Deus is 20,000.
And of course it hit.
Yep, not really a big deal, just waste a little time if it hits. Sorry, too late, Flash.
He's helping. This is basically what she's going to use every turn for like the next 3 turns.
Yeah, she's meant to have more attacks, but they just don't work.
They dummied them out.
So I was supposed to do Valor there just to make sure Guy is topped off. Hopefully this is a low roll. Oh, okay.
Barely.
Oh, enough.
Play this on the safe side. She should be dead this turn, but was a little spooked by Salon dying and then forgetting the last turn to use Valor.
Ideally, you don't want to have to cast Valor just because it has a much longer animation than Champion.
Okay.
There we go.
All right.
So one of the attacks that actually is dummied out on her is it's an ability called Eerie Light, which basically does the same damage as Dark Fry, but it also dispels all of your buffs.
Which would include Berserker, I'd assume.
Yes. It resets everything.
And before Deus too, I swap Guy over to the Anger Brace, or the Anger Braced, as it had in the text glitch, just so that he's immune to sleep. Because all this, as you can probably tell, all of the Sinistrals start each fight with their spiritual energy wave, and then Deus's can proc a lot of status conditions, and the one we really don't want to see is sleep. Ooh. Not the end of the world, but that's definitely annoying, because now I have to kind of break script.
He also has Dark Fry, because why not? However, he does have a lot more than Dark Fry that he can do. It
It seemed kind of strange to put Salon in the front row out of nowhere, but On the fourth turn, he always uses an ability called Dark Reflector, which basically just reflects back whatever the next attack you use on him is. So since Guy is the only one slower than him, I just move him to the back row so that he won't hurt himself too badly with Dark Reflector.
I mean, you could have kept like an ice ball from earlier and just thrown that at him, and it would do no damage to you.
Yeah, I never thought about that actually, but yeah. I wouldn't really need to heal much too.
Or just keep a boomerang from the beginning of the game.
For old time's sake. All right. And we get 50,000 experience for our troubles too. So Deus is actually technically the final boss. The fact that you get experience and just other things always kind of made me wonder if there was maybe originally planned to be something more before the end of the game. But after defeating Deus, the four Sinistrals pooled their energy together to try to destroy the world. And we use our own energy to fight back against that also. You little hoochies.
Kind of makes me wonder what the original Japanese was there.
Yep, same. So we did it. We broke the we kind of cut off the Sinistral's energy and saved the world, but at a cost though. Artie injures his eyes in the process and ends up becoming blind between now and Lufia 1, and then Salon kind of took the brunt of the explosion and unfortunately passes away. And this is where the prologue to Lufia 1 just ends too, with Maxim telling Artie and Guy to save themselves so that they can kind of report on the victory to the rest of the world. But since this game is being told from Maxim's story instead of Artie's, at least as far as this part goes, there's a little bit more here. Find out that Deus has a little bit of his energy still left and wants to use that to drop Doom Island onto Parcelite and kill Maxim's son and friends and family. And then we have kind of a last conversation with Iris where we basically find out that she was Aram and was traveling the world to kind of find out why humans had the power to make Dual Blade or have power over Dual Blade, and kind of lost her way as a Sinistral in the process. Well, hopefully Chad is getting destroyed by comments about this music.
Yep.
We have a kind of a final sequence here before we call time, basically, where we have to break these 3 Mystic Stones that are powering Doom Island in order to, because we've saved the world. Now it's just time to save our family.
Break the Mystic Stones and show that they still didn't quite get the maps right.
Yeah.
There's one more point in this particular sequence where they just forgot to put a boundary on a wall, and you can go completely out of bounds.
Yep. This music just makes finishing a run of this game just so hype too.
It also does make you feel like something else is going to happen.
Well, to be fair, when you run along this wall up here, you're going to see another spot that looks like it should have a door.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to wonder if they had planned to do something with that.
Yeah, and it's right there, right
Oh,
where
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
past here.
Yeah, because between giving you the experience and like having such an epic final.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can go really, really far out of bounds. Oh yeah, I guess if you go this far, you actually get to see like that screen and stuff too.
Yeah, the map like reloads a couple of different times, and the hitboxes are all wrong, and yeah.
And we're coming up on time too. Time is when the Mystic Stone breaks with the power of Maxim and Dual Blade. All right, and time. All right, nice. Looks like a 418. Yeah, with doing the world's most difficult trick and extra stuff and some shenanigans that happened along the way too. That's pretty good.
I had a feeling that the name would kind of ruin these lessons a little bit.
All right, so we get set up for one of the most bittersweet endings in really any RPG I've ever played here too, where Maxim used up the last of his power to break the last Mystic Stone with the help of Dual Blade, and then his and Salon's spirits kind of go on a world tour at this point and go overhear conversations from all of their friends they met along the way too, who are all planning to go to a party in Tanbell that Guy is going to organize, but not really knowing yet that not everybody's going to make it to that party. But yeah, I guess we can probably at this point just do the any percent incentive. So, very important part of this is hard resetting the console in between attempts at it, just because, like I said in the interview beforehand, my personal best for the category I just ran is 4 hours and some change, basically. The fastest time's 3:51. For this any percent with major glitches run, the record is, I believe, 51 seconds. So there's going to be some pretty major shenanigans afoot here. So we're going to give Maxim a pretty fitting name for this. All right. All right. So I guess we can go ahead and time this then. So 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So this is Lufia 2: Rise of the Sinistrals, one of the best and most underrated RPGs on the Super Nintendo. I've got our hero Maxim coming home from work, where he's basically a monster hunter selling jellies to his friend Tia. But this is going to play out a little differently here than the run we just saw after we get through the opening cutscene. So the first thing we're going to do is go into the config menu here, select the stereo or mono option, and then just do the perfectly innocent thing of pressing left twice. And that makes some stuff happen. So now we're just going to exit out of the menu, and we go into Maxim's equip screen, just because. Then we go back to the config menu, and then this time we do left, down, and A. Then we see there's some interesting stuff happening in our inventory now, and then we do X, and then, well,
Things start falling apart.
I hope you can read that. So then we exit the menu again. And then we open it, and I think are we good for the next part of it? Oh, okay. This happens sometimes. It might vary a little bit depending on models of SNES consoles, where this specific part of the glitch just doesn't work correctly. So I just need to hard reset my console before going for it again. All right, so this is Lufia 2: Rise of the Sinistrals for the Super Nintendo. All right, so again, we go into the menu, config, left, exit, open, equip screen, config, left, down, A, down, X. Leave it powered down a bit longer just to make sure the memory is getting flushed out. Because this is basically doing arbitrary code execution eventually too, and I know it's very important to have a kind of a fresh state when you're starting it. Yeah, maybe. How about if you give us a last round of donations or so, RPGC?
I can definitely do that. We have a $25 donation from Sif Moonweaver that says, had to donate during one of my favorite RPGs. So many memories playing this as a kid. Thank you all for the great runs for a great cause. We have an anonymous $101.01 donation with no comment. Thank you so much for that. We have a $50 donation from Bahamut X that says, I love Lufia games. It's been a while since I played Lufia 2, so it's been great to see the whole game again. Thank you for the run, puwexil. And we have a $55.50 donation from Faritskin that says, Freedom is a professional vocalist. We need to have him sing the end credits to DDS2.
All right, third time's a charm.
Yep. Yeah, because what should be happening there is Maxim's stats should be glitched out in a pretty major way. I guess maybe give it one more try here, and then I have a different copy of the game. I could try that may fare a bit better. Unfortunately, I've not had the opportunity to try to do it on this specific Super Nintendo, and I know this may unfortunately have a bit of hardware dependence.
You got any more donations for us or anything else to plug?
Well, I can talk about some of the prizes that are going on right now.
Ooh, yes.
We do have a Chrono Trigger 11x17 print that you can get for a $10 minimum donation from now until The Elder Scrolls 3. We also have a Chrono Trigger Minky Blanket for a $20 minimum donation, also from now until Elder Scrolls 3. And we have those Witcher coasters that Tiny Tim showed us during the interview for a $20 minimum donation also until the end of Elder Scrolls 3. And those Witcher coasters were pretty cool looking, not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be working on this with my cart on this specific SNES. So, I don't know if we maybe wanted to cut to break for a second, and I could switch to a different copy of the game and give that maybe 1 or 2 tries.
Just to remind you all, RPGLB is proud to once again partner with the Yeti to bring you 6 awesome t-shirts that are now available. You can head over to theyeti.com, that is THEYETEE.com/RPGLB. Take a look at the designs, pick the ones you want, and know that $5 from every t-shirt will be donated to NAMI. Remember, Yeti is spelled YETEE, theyeti.com/RPGLB. You also may have noticed talk about incentives and prizes. This means that you get to vote with your wallet to name characters, get our runners to complete difficult or ridiculous tasks, or help pick which story you get to see in certain games. You can also become eligible to win prizes donated by community members, and all donations do go to NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For more information, check out the channel bio for a link to the 2023 tracker. Speaking of some of those incentives and things that y'all can bid towards, we do have a couple coming up in the Ultima run just up next, which is the gender of our main character and the hero name, so get those donations in. All right, we're gonna throw it back to puwexil right now for that any percent of Lufia 2.
Okay, once more with feeling.
We can do it.
So this is Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals for the Super Nintendo.
Are we sure it's for the Super Nintendo?
Yeah. I don't even know anymore. Okay, that looks a lot more like it. Okay, so exit out. All right, now we see Maxim's having some issues here. I like how he's level 78, but it's upside down. So.
999 MP out of 0. Got it.
Because HP didn't fare so well.
No.
All right, and then Tia has some interesting words to say here too. So, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, and then Maxim could use a friend right now, so we've recruited Missing Number to join us, by the way, here.
Level 85, too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Max
and then,
HP, max MP.
yeah, and has 8 trick rings equipped, a lot of IP, a lot of really good stats here.
999 and everything.
Yep. All right, and then the hardest part of the run, counting to 78. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we're just given some stuff out of thin air too, which we're gonna throw away.
And we get more stuff.
And time.
The sink is talking to us.
Yes.
Yes. So unfortunately, I don't really fully understand all the nuances of that glitch, but just the way, the kind of the surface level that I understand it is that in the U.S. version of the game, there's a hole basically in the menu system around the stereo or mono music options where you can go out of bounds within the menu system, and going out of bounds in very specific ways lets you do arbitrary code execution type stuff, and in this case, it's just to end the game. And one kind of nice little effect of calling the ending this way is that, I mean, if you played the game normally, there's normally this really heart-wrenching cutscene here where Salon's aunt is holding baby Gyros, and you get this heartbreaking dialogue about kind of knowing that Gyros' parents aren't coming back, but instead we get Maxim having this really weird, Gades having this really weird conversation with himself, and saying "ma ma ma ma." All right, so anyway, that was Lufia 2. Any percent, no major glitches, no manipulation, and then Lufia 2 done a little bit faster and a little bit differently through the use of major glitches. So yeah. I guess as far as some shout-outs, just big shout-outs to the Lufia 2 speedrun community, in particular Real Critical, Skipsy, and Derksu, who created the no manipulation rule set a couple years ago and did the first route for it. And thanks to Voltas and Elmegas for doing a bunch of optimizations to the route too, after picking up the no manipulation category a while back. yeah, I guess big thanks to everybody for donating, for getting all the incentives and all the hilarity that ensued from having Maxim named Gades. So yeah, I guess neither of you have anything else before we take off.
Negative.
All right, well, thanks everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed the run and enjoy the rest of the marathon.
All right, y'all, we did have a couple of donations come in while that was going on. Thank you again, puwexil, for that amazing run, including the any percent, because I always like to see that personally. We have a $20 donation from Rockadactylus, no comment, but thank you so much, Rocco. We have a $100 donation from Anonymous that says, I can't say Quina has ever been one of our favorite characters in Final Fantasy IX, but naming him, her, it after everybody's favorite useless lobster definitely made our last playthrough that much better. Always remember to check if you can get an employer match on your donations. Double the money for such an important cause. We have $25 from Kaboink that says, donating for hardware luck, fingers crossed. And indeed, we did get that luck, so thank you for that. And a $25 donation from Mr. Zpub. No comment, but thank you so much. So I have been the RPG chick for this run, and this is going to be it for me on the mic this week. But after these upcoming ads, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Alicel. Y'all have a good week and enjoy the rest of the marathon.
And we are back. I am Alicel. Thank you so much to the wonderful RPG
RPGC. And we have got an interview here with our next runner. We have the awesome Natara, the wonderful organMike, and the precious Charlotte. Hello and welcome back, everybody. My name is Natara, and I'm being assisted here by the ever wonderful Koopa, donated to us by Charlotte. This is not a prize. Wonderful, you may have seen them for the Bard's Tale run, and assisting Koopa was also organMike.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for being here. How you feeling after your first run? Because we're heading into your second run right now.
We are heading into my second run. My first run was amazing. It was my actual first live marathon run.
Really?
In person, yeah. It's totally different energy with other people in the room, and I love it. I'm a performer by nature, and this is what I love to do.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a totally different thing, and it's just such a great experience to be here. How do you think your Ultima run is going to go in comparison?
Well, the fun thing about doing retro RPGs, there is a huge amount of RNG. You might remember my first time running Ultima for a marathon was at Speedrun Ragnarok 2021.
Yep.
And the first thing you have to do involves rescuing a princess. And there is a 50-50 chance of it working. And it took 12 tries on that 50-50 chance.
I want to say rookie numbers, but that sounds pretty right for RPG speedrunning.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what happens. And then, of course, a little more than that, Saturday night, I decided Charlotte was asleep. I would throw up the stream a bit, just do a little practice. And somehow all the numbers fell right, and I beat my personal best by over a minute.
And we love that. We love that. Was it offline or?
No, it was
Oh,
on.
it was on stream.
Yeah.
Good. Nothing worse than being on site and getting that practice room like world record. No one to see it.
No, I have witnesses and recordings. We're all good.
We love that. Now, is this the only Ultima game you run, or do you run others in the series?
I run the first 4 in the series on PC. I've experimented with running Ultima 4 on Commodore 64 emulated, which is where I first learned the games. Actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've been playing these for a long time then?
Yeah, I've been playing them for quite a while. I grew up playing them, basically.
Nice. Are you looking to pick up any of the later Ultimas to speedrun, or you're going to stick happily with the first 4?
I'm pretty happy with the set I have. I've been thinking about getting on to the 5th, but after that, the mechanics and the way the games work change a lot.
But Boat Song.
But the boat song is in the 5th one, too.
Oh, it is in the
If you
fifth
have the
one.
music on, yeah.
Fair enough.
But the PC games don't have the music natively, so you have to mod them. So.
Excellent, excellent. We're going to take a quick moment to talk about some prizes. Once again, lovely Koopa here, not included. They're just a pal. But we do have our grand prize, a 256 gigabytes Steam Deck, donated very lovingly by the RPG Limit Break staff themselves. This is the grand prize of the event. It is $100 cumulative, so you don't have to donate that at one time. As long as for the duration of the entire event, you have donated $100 US, you get entered for a chance to win this beauty. Not even opened yet. We can't show it to you because it is sealed. And speaking as someone who has a Steam Deck, these are super fun. Not a grand prize, but definitely something we have here on site. Homemade Witcher coasters. These were made, let's see, from Minturn makers, and they are available for a minimum donation of $20, and they're available until Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. They are each different, have a different pattern on them. Holding them here, they are very solid, and they have cork on the bottom, so they're not going to be slipping around. So, and that's only if you want to use them. They also make a beautiful display piece. Back to our interview with the lovely Koopa, who I'm going to keep showing you because this pal is keeping us going. So, this is your first time being at a event like this?
This is my first event. Speedrunning was a pandemic hobby for me. So even had I been good enough at the time when I was starting, there weren't any live events at the time.
No, I think we're all much of the same state there. And how have you been enjoying it? And now that we're coming out of the pandemic a little more.
When I started doing it, I found it quite fun. I've had a blast here. This is a beautiful community. You're all wonderful people.
No, you.
Well, I'm one of the
Well, that's
all,
true.
I
You
believe.
are one of
Yeah.
the all in the community.
I mean, there's the old joke of I wouldn't want to belong to any club that would have me as a member. This is quite the opposite. Just being part of this club makes me feel like a better person.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. And so happy to have the event back. This is its second year since the pandemic, and enjoying it very much. So you think you're going to come again, submit some more games?
I think that's the plan.
Excellent.
If they want to keep having my nonsense here, I'll keep bringing it.
I think this is a marathon filled with nonsense, and that's why we're all here, raising money for NAMI and having the best sort of time.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Everyone, make sure to stick around because we are heading very shortly with organMike to the Ultima 1 speedrun. So we'll see you there soon. Sending it back to Alicel, who's going to do some wonderful donation reading and talking to you many words. Bye, everybody.
And thank you so much, y'all, for that interview. Again, I am Alicel. I'm going to be here with y'all for a little bit, and I do have a couple of donations to read. I have $150 from Seriously Surly. Thank you so much. And it says, so happy RPG Limit Break is live. Wish I could have been there, but at least I could donate to help. By help, I mean force the Kingdom Hearts 2 race to do Terra. Have fun, everyone. And then we also have $100 from Idawin, and it has Orb. Orb, y'all. And while we were getting ready for this next run, just want to tell you a little bit about just RPG Limit Break and what we do in general. The last few years have been a stressful time in the world and have understandably had a strain on many people's mental health. In the United States alone, 21% of adults have reported suffering some kind of mental illness. That is 52.9 people. Please remember to reach out if you need it. You are not alone. And RPG Limit Break does support NAMI, that is the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. NAMI provides advocacy, education, support, and public awareness to improve the lives of all individuals and families affected by mental illness. NAMI exists to ensure that no one is alone on their mental health journey. And again, do want to shout out those prizes that Natara called out earlier. We do also have a couple of incentives coming up for the next few runs. We have a naming incentive for Ultima 7, The Black Gate. Right now, we have Agama in the lead with $111.01. Kiko in second with $90. Nista in third with $70, and Steve in fourth with $10. If you want to snipe a name or get a name in, absolutely get your donations in. We also have that Fight Lingering Will Super Boss that was mentioned in an earlier donation. We are at $11.94 out of 2,000 for that. That is coming up later for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix Randomizer. Definitely want to get that in and have those runners just take down that super boss or try. And we love shenanigans here at RPG Limit Break. And we have a couple more donations here. We have $5 from Kay Shura. Can we get an official request to add echo to organMike's voice? I'm not used to hearing them without it. Best of luck on the run. And a $50 donation from Bahamut X. May your rolls to save the princess go well. Good luck on your run, organMike. Thank you so much. And I do believe we are getting pretty close here to starting up. We do have a couple of donations incentives that we did meet for this run. We are going to try and kill Lord British for this run. That will be
absolutely exciting. And I believe we have some, we are about to start. And